Hey yo, I had a fucking weird ass crash. Is the site plugged in proper? Are we good? Hello? Am I audible? Can I start streaming in 4 minutes? Are we good? Hello? Alright, good, just checking. Thank you. Alright, folks, this is it. It's time. This is the magic hour. Dark Soul. Not Dark Souls 1. Not Dark Souls 1.5. Friends. This is Dark Souls 2. That's not my webcam. I probably should have checked my webcam after my computer crashed, huh? That's some comedic timing right there, huh? Turn your camera off and on again and reinstall the battery. Well, there is no battery, so... Gods pray this works. Yes! All as I planned. Haha! You look nice today? I don't know how you could... Oh, wait, I get it, because I wasn't there for a second. Dude, why am I so, like, zoomed in? Hello? Hold on. New camera again? No, I had a computer crash right before the stream started. It was gay as fuck. Destiny... Destiny therapy session? What's happening? Is Destiny getting therapy? Why? Destiny is getting analyzed by a doc fella? You don't say. That sounds like a grueling experience. I hope he's having fun. There. Have I considered being sponsored by video game companies? You've compelled me to buy 2 games now. I've actually turned down so many sponsorships, guys. I want to have a completely free and independent stream. As long as you guys keep donating, that's going to be the case. Oh yeah, guys. Here we are back in Majula. Oh, baby. There's like stuff going on in here. What's up, my dude?
Who are you?
I'm Vakanida.
Just help me open this door.
All right.
I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant. But now somebody's gone and locked the door.
What an asshole. Damn, the door is locked. I can't open it. Sorry. Have I done Dark Souls 2 before? Yes, I have. How does that gel with your stance on doing anything to grow more? Sponsorships don't help me grow. They help me make money. I'm comfortable with my income at this time. I'll do my best to lore narrate through Dark Souls 2, but my memory is a lot weaker here. Bionic Meatloaf with the $5. Thank you. What's your opinion of Joe Rogan? I know a lot of lefties hate him, but he seems to at least make an effort to disprove bullshit on his show when he can see it. PS, play Disco Elysium. Amazing game. Really? I've heard it was terrible. Danke? But in regards to, oh shit, I forget these piglets will fuck you up. These little fucking baby pigs will fuck you up. Your video looks dog shit? The video quality of the stream looks dog shit? The video quality is bad. Well, that's simply certain shouldn't be the case. My camera? Oh, the camera. I see. Okay, Jesus, I'll fix it. God damn. You people. It's probably using the wrong input. I can fix that, though. Give me one moment. How does it look? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not right. Hold on. Yep, that's me. No, there. Everything should be fine. Looks the same 480p, gang? Okay, well that's on your end, not mine. I'm streaming 10K bitrate. You guys make me so fucking paranoid, dude. Holy shit.
Is that here to see?
Give me. No, that's not what I want. It doesn't look even close to 1080p. So would you say taking sponsors is necessary support for a content creation career? I mean, if you need to do it, you need to do it, but it's not a big deal if you choose not to, I don't think. Sponsorships don't pay an enormous amount of money. My cam looks like blurry pixel blocks. I'm getting conflicting information. Some people are saying that the stream itself doesn't look that good. Some people are saying it's just my camera that doesn't look good. What the fuck are you people talking about? The cam is blurry? I hate you all so much. I look fine, you lunatics. Jesus Christ. The quality is way worse than even yesterday's? 10K bitrate, no frames dropped. You really do not look fine? Okay. 1 second. I turned it on and off again. The game is super compressed looking. What the fuck? Okay, video settings. Output. 9K bitrate. Something gigahertz. Video, output scaled resolution, 1080p. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck you people are talking about. All this is doing is successfully making me, like, incredibly anxious in what is supposed to be a relaxing video game stream. Jesus Christ. My camera is shit? How can my camera be shit looking? I can see it just fine on the output. Okay, does anyone have any explanations as to why my camera doesn't look good? What does it look like here? Does it look fine? On my output camera, it looks just the way it normally does. Artifacted, sort of blurry? What the hell? Does anyone have any explanations for why that would be the case? How can the stream output be fine? YouTube compression? It's not YouTube compression when it looks fine in one screen, and then the next screen it looks bad. Compression for sure, it gets worse with movement. For the game or the camera? I'm getting triggered. Alright, new plan. Alright, we're gonna fix this. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we're safe. Activate Garfield mode? You're right. There we go. No big. Man, I legit have no idea where the fuck where I'm even going. How do I feel about Mondays? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not much of a fan. A human effigy. If I remember correctly, every time you die in Dark Souls 2, your maximum health gets lowered by like 10%, up to a maximum of 50%. Or maybe it's just 5%. But one way or another, that process can be reversed if you get a human effigy burnt. Can I jump down there? Is that a jump kind of place to go? Larissa Thorne, I started deprived. I can't make that jump. There's no way. Jumping in this game is so fucking weak. Here we go. We chose the right area. Yeah, here we go. Should probably put Estus in our hotbar, shouldn't we? Whoa! Oh my god! Wait, how did that hit me? Oh no. How the fuck did that hit me? I need answers. Oh my fucking god, I forgot. Dark Souls 2 is agility. Oh no. I completely forgot Okay, so Dark Souls 2 has this unbelievably stupid fucking cringe-ass ability, okay? It's and you basically, if you don't put points into it, your rolls aren't worth shit, okay? You gotta put your shit in there. You want see your agility number down there? Of the many numbers we're looking at, we gotta get that shit up. We need points. We need lots of points in there. There's like a cap-off point where agility is no longer useful, and I think it's like at 116 or something. But without it, your rolls are like crippled. I've taken one of your kind down with a dagger before. I'll do it again. See that? I was mid-roll and he caught me. Ah, fuck. Yep. Alright. I can confirm this is no longer Dark Souls 3, and drinking Estus takes a while, and also your rolls are trash. Okay. We're gonna have to take... Oh god, there are donations. Oh god, why? Oh jeez. Alright, hold on, folks. Oh god almighty. It's gonna be one of those streams, I can feel it. Okay. I don't understand why my webcam would be super pixelated. I don't understand what could lead to it being in that state. But I'm gonna try this. We're gonna try this real quick, okay? Watch. Okay, see? Now I'm not moving? Yeah, there you go. Bring it back. Okay. Are we looking any better right now? Are we looking even remotely slightly better? Not great? You look like a CGI 90s game protagonist? Jesus. What is up? My computer has been so fucking weird. Well, we're keeping ourselves small then. That's what we're doing. I think it's caused by YouTube. I don't think YouTube would disproportionately compress that area. Let's quickly get to the donos. Not that I don't appreciate them, just whew, obnoxious camera shenanigans. And then we'll move on, okay? True absurdism with the $1. Hey, do you know when you're going to go over that kid's irreplaceable great replacement video? Just debated a dude on stream about slavery and white genocide and did ass. I'd appreciate some insight on the subject so I can do better in the future. Yeah, I can go into it 100%. Probably in the next week, okay? Brit Mouse with the 690, thank you. Speaking of donating, I'm going to watch you while I keep writing down notes on what I want to put in my theoretical replacement U.S. Constitution. I'm already 3 full handwritten pages, not stopping now. Godspeed, comrade. I don't even think I fucking remember how to do handwriting writing. Godspeed, make a better one, alright? Safety Skull with the $5. I'm giving in to despair. Capital controls all our elections. There is no progress, just a spiral in towards conservatism and fascism. Western democracy is a meme. Capitalism is a fuck. And yet, Safety Skull, in spite of the fact that may seem the case, we actually live in the most progressive time period in all of human history. And there are more active and organized left-leaning people on the planet than there have been ever before. The stakes have raised, but that doesn't mean we're losing. Don't give in to despair. Caius with the $1. Feel free to yeet lore questions at me during the stream. DS2 lore isn't my forte, but hey, it's Souls lore. I can help a little. Nope, I'm making up. I'm pretending to know what I don't know, comrade. Nice try, but we're getting fed bullshit tonight, if I don't remember. Alan Hannigan with the $2 looks fine, dude. Don't let them screw with you. I'm getting screwed with, comrade. Luca Hayes with 5 unknown currency points. Super chat is messed up. I am very sorry to hear that, comrade. I will, Wait, in what way is Super Chat messed up? That's extremely unhelpful. Have I missed something? Rock Lee with the $2. Please cover Joshua Carroll Glendale, Arizona cop brutality. I've heard about it, but I'm not entirely sure if I'll be covering it. I don't know if it's to our benefit to be covering every instance of police brutality that takes place in that takes place in the media sphere, you know? Shackley with the $5. Vaush, please go over this next politics stream. What am I looking at?
For most of our history, the human...
Yes, I've seen this. I haven't watched the video yet. The Kurzgesagt overpopulation video. The Bill Gates Foundation video. I'll definitely give it a look soon. Pessimist with the $5. This game has given me some of the most harrowing game experiences I've ever had. My friends and I are supposed to go through the game soon, but soul memory is shit, so we're going into some bad times. Yeah, just don't get invaded, brah. I mean, if you're good enough, even if you have an incredibly weak character, you should be able to take down people of any soul level. It's not like there's armor that gives flat damage reduction. Just kill him, brah. And Somniostatic with the incredibly generous $25. Thank you so much. Wait, so what's the Destiny drama? I need to know. I hope you were comfortable parting ways with that $25, whether or not you got interesting information in return, because there is no Destiny drama at all. He just has, like, a psychotherapist dude in his stream who he seems to be talking to. But even then, I don't know. I haven't seen it. And Kulatres, the $2, thank you very much, comrade. QAnon debunk when? There's nothing to debunk with regards to QAnon. What would you debunk with QAnon? If somebody has any suggestions, please let me know. Alright, folks, we're getting back into it. Can we please get a better weapon than the dagger? Can we please get a better weapon than the dagger? Where's the merchant? Isn't he up on the second floor? I think he's in this building. Yeah, exactly. The only debunking for QAnon is antipsychotics, true. Hey, what's up? Oh my god, it's a black Dark Souls.
Oh, I could read.
You just have fucking shields! What's up here? I see, guys. Alright, chats, no hint, chats. No hints. This is a no backseat gaming stream, okay? Do you guys understand? Dark Souls 3 I knew like the back of my hand, but Dark Souls 2 I feel like I'm rediscovering, okay? Caius, that includes you. Cat? And we're gonna use life gems as infrequently as possible because they're bullshit and they really do break the healing system.
Oh yeah, so, ooh.
Yep. She wants to fuck me, I get it. Okay, she's got rings. Items. Cool.
Nothing's
Gay. Cringe. Rings? What am I? A fucking woman? Lol. Lore for Vaush Garfield? There is no lore. I've always been this way. Don't make fun of me. Cringe. Weapons dealer, weapons dealer, weapons, weapons, weapons dealer. Let me out. Don't make me start banning people who give me hints. Don't make me do it. Oh, Entropy. We'll definitely play Hollow Knight on stream sometime soon. Where's the sad dude? Hey, buddy.
You're undead, aren't you?
Yep.
You have that
Yep.
This.
Yep.
It is a
Yep.
and interest.
Yep.
I
Yep.
do
Yep.
well,
Yep.
there's
Nope. Yep. Damn. We're at 352 million deaths in Dark Souls 2 combined. And we've contributed one of those today. Thoughts and opinions on Cat Black? I think that Cat Black is generally pretty okay. I've never actually watched any of her videos, but there have been a couple of times where Cat Black has been really weird and annoying on Twitter. And that made me feel kind of weird, especially since I've always been very friendly and courteous to her, like in private. But she was like really weird to me. Everything is weird and annoying on Twitter. Dude, my Twitter enjoyment increased so fucking much when I learned to just tweet and then drop the tweet and walk away. And not give a fuck what happens to it afterwards. Yes, this is the Scholar of the First Sin edition. Why is everyone effing? I'm very much in favor of Scottish independence. Yeah, Twitter does incentivize shitty behavior, but that's okay. Stream stopped for 3 seconds? Gotcha. Am I playing online? I should be, right? I don't have cross-region play on, but... Hey, open up! I feel like... Jesus, it takes so fucking long! I feel like some folks are a little bit behind. Marco? Okay, most folks coming out right away. I'm on to you, people. I'm on to you. Alright. Looks like if we're getting a weapon, we're going to need to hoist it from a corpse. Okay, we're not being chased by an ogre, right? Yeah, okay. Kui. Life gem. But these guys also have daggers. We need a sword or something. There's a bonfire over there. Now, in Dark Souls 2, if I recall correctly, after you kill an enemy, like this dude, for example, 10 times across different lives or bonfire resets or whatever, you, that enemy is permanently gone, unless you light a bonfire aesthetic at that area or go to New Game Plus. Essentially, when you use a bonfire aesthetic, what you're doing is you're New Game Plusing the area that's tied to that bonfire. You're increasing the difficulty of the enemies and respawning them. Okay, there's like 80 dudes here. I remember that. Do you think herbal tea does anything good for the body? I fucking hate tea. Don't ask me. Archer. Who? Other than institutional validation, do you see a purpose of U.S. college education right now versus roughing one? Yeah, a lot of places just won't hire you if you don't have an education. Also, frankly, I did learn nice things in college. It wasn't a huge waste of time. Yeah, things definitely start slower in Dark Souls 2 than they do in Dark Souls 3, Somniostatic. With the possible exception of the ogres. Still want to kill that ogre. And we should be able to, because we've killed all the soldiers that distract us. But there's another one hidden here, isn't there? Would you ever go back to school? No, there's no reason for me to. I'm already doing everything I ever could have dreamed of doing with my degree, and more. Ah. Boy with the $5 just graduated college today. I've officially passed the vibe check. Congratulations, comrade. Seriously. Happy graduation. I know it probably sucked for a lot of it, but I'm glad you're through it. You should be proud of your accomplishment. Ow. Fuck me, dude. I like how that didn't even come close to hitting me. Yes, I find Dark Souls 2 starts harder than Dark Souls 3, but that's only because in Dark Souls 2 they don't give you a fucking functioning roll. Fuck doing a Soul Level 1 playthrough. Or Soul Level 6 playthrough, I guess. Whatever it would be. In, Dark Souls 2. Without a functioning roll. Damn it! Got me right out of that roll. You know what? You know what? I've got a new plan. I've got a fucking new plan to deal with the Dark Souls 2 hitbox, which is that we continue to level up until we have a proper functioning roll, and then we do optional side content. Oh, Dylan Malkuth, happy to help you out. I didn't figure it out for a while in my first playthrough either. We good? Okay, I don't think you saw me. No toe picks for hitting 50K? Well, I haven't hit 50K yet, haven't I? Tell you what, comrade, if I hit 50K YouTube subscribers before 2020, as I have been attempting to do, then I will, I promise, I pledge my feet pics to all of you, okay? I'll post them on my Discord. That's a promise. But you gotta get me there. Right now, we're on track to have less than 50,000 subscribers by 2020. We're on track to have about 600 too few. Are these dudes hollowed or just assholes? Lore time! So I actually remember this part. These dudes are very hollowed. They're remnants of soldiers from the kingdom of Dranleich, who sent these folks over here to defend their kingdom against an invasion of giants following an initial invasion the kingdom led a very, very long time ago. I like how both of those hit me. That's why this place is called the Forest of Fallen Giants. Matthew Banks, the $2. Have your academic mentors seen your current work? I hope not. I had some pretty serious academic mentors. I don't know if I want. Guys, here's what I did with my degree, and it's me on a YouTube video like talking about mouthfeel and like proper cum velocity. Thought Destroyer with the $5. Thank you very much. Wish me luck on my calc final tomorrow on the path of being a leftist amongst libertarian tech bros. Good. Show them up. Fuck those guys. Get them out of here. Honestly. I hope you do well in your exam. I might show them one day if I go back and revisit Humboldt. Okay, in the non-Scholar of the First Sin version, there's a Haidonite sitting right here. Who's a nearly impossible foe for us right now. I mean, I could beat him if I was skilled enough, but I'm not putting bets right now. Oh, show them the work that I do currently, Hyena. What about Pig 15K? Yeah, Pig 15K. I've always been an advocate for Pig's work. Obviously, I'm not like out here shouting it from the rooftops 24/7, but I don't really do that for anything except myself. I'm just not that type of person. Hey, Radical Reviewer. Oh, shit, I thought I only aggroed one of them. Oh, shit! We've got a patron and a half. Hold on. Let's make sure I don't die to these enemies, and then we'll see, huh? Oh, there we go. Looking good. What exactly is a tech bro? It's a general derogatory term for dudes who operate in the STEM fields who tend to engage in a lot of things, ranging from scientism, that is like a irrational worship of the aesthetics of science rather than its actual practice, to being generally reactionary. Bruh Momentum, Vaush V is the official Vaush subreddit. The other ones are not controlled by me. Due to reasons. Do you know about the police brutality going on in India? Yes. The ones directed against the Muslims? I am familiar, yes. Luca Hayes with the 50 fucking euros. Or pounds? European currency. Maybe? Non-American currency. It's not loading for me right now. Pounds! Ha! Sorry about England, comrade. Yo, Vaush, you like art, eh? Could you give me an Instagram follow? Luca_Hayes_art. IG won't let me do underscores. I'm a shill and I'm desperate for followers. Love your content. Luca Hayes, I have good news and I have bad news. For one, I am delighted by your donation, and no doubt the approximate appreciation you have for my content. I doubt you would just throw that out for no reason whatsoever. And I am saddened to let you know that I do not, in fact, have an Instagram. I do not. I have actually never once browsed that platform in my entire life. So, in that respect, there's not much I can do for you in regards to follows, but being the good little fucking pay piggy mat that I am, hold on. Is it possible? It is possible to use Instagram if you don't have an account, right? I found you. Wait, this art is sick as shit. Wait, I can rep this on stream, right? There's no not safe for work stuff allowed on Instagram, right? I'm doing it anyway. Look, this is sick as hell. I fucking love architecture drawings. This is my shit. I've never been very good at them, but I've always had a huge amount of respect for people who can pull that shit off. Fuck yeah. I have a tremendous amount of respect for talented artists. Stop criminal scum. Dude, architectural art is something that I've always wanted to get into, but I could never do it. I don't have the patience, and my hands aren't very steady. My hands shake. Nah, this is sick shit. Let me throw your shit in chat. Anyway, no shillerino or anything, but hey, good art's good art, you know? What are you gonna do? What are you supposed to do? Thank you again for the donut, comrade. An Arcane Phoenix with $1. Vaush, please, I beg you to look at and cover this. Protesters against Modi are being shot. Pretty sure some have been killed. I'm fucking terrified. I wouldn't ask, but I beg you, please spread this. I mean, I could, comrade. Yeah, I believe I've seen this. Whether or not I cover this will have no impact on whether or not anything gets done, I'm afraid. My camera is frozen? Oh my god, my camera is frozen. What the fuck, dude? Dude, my camera is being so cringe today. There we go. What the hell? Alright, well, okay. I have not seen it yet, Radical Reviewer. Alright, let's get back to the fucking game. Familiar as I am with some extent of what Modi is currently doing, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to cover it, in large part because I don't know if it's the best direction for my channel presently. I can look into it. Maybe I'm being too cagey with my shit. I should consider getting an Instagram? What would I put there? Can you shout out Contra as a nominee for YouTuber of the Year for Paper Magazine? Sure? I don't know if my opinion matters much. What do people mean when they say strong men create good times create weak men? Oh, that's, it's a syllogism that people use to destroy your ability to critically think. The idea, essentially, is that if you're a strong man, you make a society, but that society mollycoddles and welfare states the next generation, and that next generation grows up weak, and then they make society worse, but the worse society toughens up men and makes them strong. It's a fascist rhetoric. It's essentially the idea that struggle creates strength. The idea that society must be preserved as a state of eternal struggle to bring out the greatest strength in the greatest number of men possible. What is a strong man anyway? Oh, fuck. Well, in the context of this, a strong man is probably somebody who's independent and doesn't require state aid, and is willing to serve in the military. Dagger at risk? Durability! Guys, in Dark Souls 2, durability is like a real thing. It's fucked up. A lot of nothing to say with the $5. Thank you. Garfield is destroying your camera to take over. Oh, shit. He's like coming at me from the fucking distance. We have some repair... Wait, that's gold... Wait, no, that's gold pine resin. That's not repair powder. Do we have no repair powder? You don't find some early on? What the fuck? Do I have another dagger? Okay, I have another... Okay, I have a broken straight sword. Okay, we're going with the broken straight sword approach, alright? Sit at a bonfire? I know that, but I'm out here. I don't want the enemies to come back. L. Hayes, I assume you're Luca Hayes? Of course, you don't need to thank me for shouting out. You gave me money. Not that that's necessary in all instances. But you have good art. I like good art. Thank you, Kanga. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious my camera's being a little bit shaky right now, but oh. That was our first real enemy. Look, that's not one of... that guy's wearing different armor. He's wearing plate. He's not wearing, like, leather. Oh, shit. Nice, short sword. Gimme. I can't use the short sword. I don't have the dexterity. I don't think we need struggle to improve, but struggle does often improve character. Yeah, but they mean civilizational struggle, which is a fascist dichotomy, you know? Personal struggle can increase the strength of your character, sure. But what they mean is like race war and like purification of the bloodline and the autonomy of the state over others and invasion and colonialism. Those are the types of struggles they're referring to. And it's often used as a way of dismissing the concerns of generations that have not themselves experienced tremendous military hardship. Where's the undead? You look so cartoony when you throw those, you know. There we go. Now we've got a weapon. Oh, interesting, Caius. Highly underrated padded linen armor that was often worn under plate or mail. Well, that makes sense. You wouldn't want your skin grinding against metal, now would you? Hey, we're two-handing this one. Guys, we're finally two-handing a straight sword. The trans-anarchists know I tend to I tend to stay pretty calm while I'm playing the Blidio Blames. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, real armor. Nice. Samus Maximus with the $5 found you about a week ago. Still don't know how I feel, but keep at it, comrade. Ha! That's as honest an endorsement as I'm ever going to get. Thank you very much, comrade. I'll continue doing things that will hopefully make you feel better about me, but if not, we'll hopefully not have you decided on feeling worse about me. You know, those are always very delightful for me when I get those people who message me or donate or email or whatever, and they're like, I appreciate your content. I don't know if I agree with you or like you, but I appreciate your content. I really like those, you know? Those are probably my favorite types of emails because I know they're coming from somebody who would not typically be a part of my demographic. Do I like Halo? Never been a fan, no. Whoa! I didn't realize you had a fucking stab charge. Am I excited for Half-Life Alyx? Half-Life game, Half-Life as a series, past Half-Life 1 has always been overrated. No, I'm not. Ooh. The only reason Half-Life 2 was remarkable was because of the physics engine that got sold along with it. Half-Life 2 was never a particularly remarkable game. Oh yeah, oh eat it, oh yeah, eat it up. I drink your tears. Stay mad. I regret giving you 50 pounds. Back to life gems we go. Our straight sword is already more than halfway on the way to broken. Surely it was good at the time. I don't even know if I'd accept that. West with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Just wanted to get my glorious dicks emote back. Good to see you playing video games. Seems like the political side of your channel has been causing you stress/headaches lately. So I'm glad you've been decompressing with video games more lately. Yes, West. Completely true. I delight in my video game streams. I really do. They're very fun. Oh god. They're very fun. Relaxing. And now that enough people watch the video game streams that they're, like, profitable enough that I can survive off the income that I receive from them, there's no reason why I shouldn't do them when I don't have any political content prepared, yeah? I've been told that apparently the moon is very large today. I don't know how this is important or relevant to any of us, but now you all know. Can you play Bloodborne? People keep asking. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Okay, come here, you. Didn't quite get the backstab there. Whew! It's tidally locked, remember? I don't know what that means. Camera froze? What the fuck? Hold on. The moon is literally always the same shape in the sky. Oh, it doesn't have an elliptical orbit? It's just circular? It doesn't, like, vary in its distance from the planet? What's my favorite Dark Souls game? Probably 3. Yeah, the fucking camera is tidally locked. That's true. That's true. Hold on. I legitimately do not understand why my webcam is insisting on being so non-functioning today. But I can try a few things. Alright, folks, we're going to make one more honest, God-fucking-blessed attempt to fix this shit. Okay, right now, most of you have seen my politics streams. How do I look compared to them? Do I look worse or about the same as I normally do during politics streams? Worse. 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 I see. Now I'm going to attempt to fix that. You. Aperture low, frame rate set. Preview resolution, set that down lower. Temperature, warmth. Change that. Webcam. We're changing. FPS. Just FPS. 5994. NTSC. Okay. What are we looking at right now? I perceive no change. Strange. It's just compressed. I'm aware compression is the issue. However, it shouldn't be compressing. Why is the compression level so high? Output video bitrate 9000. Audio bitrate 192. Encoder NVENC. Simple. You should put it over 9,000. The maximum you can have for YouTube is 10,000. Unplug and try another USB port? That's not the issue. The issue has something to do with Streamlabs OBS, because I can see my preview window right here on the other monitor. If it was an issue with the camera, then that wouldn't be, then things would look bad there, but they don't. They look fine. Well, I'll, fully restart and do diagnostics, next time around, before stream, but right now I'll just have to reset it anytime my cam freezes. Someone suggested you watch it with subtitles. I have spent quite enough time not playing the game. I think I'm gonna focus on this for a little bit. Hey, sup, bitch? Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you! Science update. The moon sometimes is a tiny bit bigger or smaller than average by about 5%. Nice! Thank you for sharing that with us, Somnio Static. Yeah, let me buy shit. Okay, we got a broken straight sword, hand axe, which I'm not strong enough for, and club. How bad are the durability mechanics in Dark Souls 2? I don't know what you mean by bad. How severe are they? They're pretty fucking severe. There are some weapons in this game that legitimately can take maybe 40 or 50 swings before they up and die on you. But there are some that are a little bit more resilient. Also, repair powder can be used to fix any weapons on the field. So I love how that hit me. I love how that hit me. That's my favorite part of this particular video game. How much durability as a mechanic affects you will have a ton to do with which weapons you use. What do you think of progressive channels like Secular Talk? I mean, I like progressive channels, but I'm afraid I've never watched a single Secular Talk video. In fact, I often get Sam Cedar, Kyle Kalinske, David Pacman, and the like all mixed up. I know they're all these like vaguely lefty or left-leaning or suckdem channels that have like shows where handsome men talk at the camera, but I don't know much beyond that. Sam Cedar is way better than the rest. I've heard very good things about Sam Cedar. Fuck you! Oh, if you're not going to turn around? Oh, you are going to turn around, right? Yeah, okay. Kyle Kalinske and... oh, guys, I know David Pacman is a fucking problem. I did a video on him. I mean, I get it. A buckler. Nope, no shields. No reason for us to be there. The majority report is Sam Cedar, right? And Secular Talk is Kyle Kalinske. Is that correct? Parry with the buckler? Oh, is the buckler parryable? Is that its... It is! I can't even use the buckler! I can't even use the buckler. I'm so weak. I'm so weak! What does he say? In the Sith Strikes Back? The Sith? Help me! Anakin! I can't use my buckler. Have I checked out Michael Brooks? Michael Brooks is another person who I don't know anything about. Oh, that missed, huh? So the secret to fighting well in Dark Souls 2 is pretty much what you've already heard in fucking H-Bomber Guy's video. There are way more group fights, way fewer duels, so you need to learn to avoid using lock-on, or to get better with not using lock-on, and get weapons that have a big swing arc. How was your mental health break? I never took one. I've been streaming every single day. I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't, yep. I anticipated this outcome. God damn it. What do you think of Nassim Taleb? I don't know who that is. Except, it sounds familiar. What do you think of H-Bomber Guy's Defensive 2? I think H-Bomber Guy's Defensive 2 is a little bit characteristically over-earnest, but nonetheless still pretty good and important. Flop mine. By mental health break, we might mean me playing video games more. Because this is quite nice and relaxing. I'm not familiar, Stoops. I've said this before, Dark Souls 2 is by far the worst Dark Souls game, but it is significantly better than most games. It is still a good game. I think anyone who says otherwise is... No, my souls! I deserve this. That's what I get. There goes like 4 levels of souls. Well, a lot of nothing to say. That's probably just because we're getting more used to them. He's backstepping. Woo! Still all part of my plan. Still never gonna die. Never gonna die. Never lose. Probably hyena. Dude, plunging attacks are so much harder in this one. Oh, the other guy just fell for me. That's nice. No problem, Twig Productions. I hope everyone's doing well. Balthazar with the $5. What's Dark Souls 2 lore based on? The rise of the alt-right and collapse of neoliberalism in the 21st century. You know what? I'm gonna say this is more of a reflective thing. If you look at Dark Souls 2 and you see the rise of neoliberalism, maybe that's what it was always meant to say for you. The fact that these wooden posts will stop your swings but not the enemies is legitimately infuriating. Radio action area, I have no set build planned. Up, 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 up. Sweet. Which boss is Hollow Destiny? There are like 80 bosses in this game, so I don't remember them all well enough to think of whichever answer would be the funniest. Have I heard of Disco Elysium? No, I've never heard of the... What is this Disco Elysium? A book, perhaps? Or is it the name of a tweeter? You should let me know. Tell me in detail what Disco Elysium is. Disco? Is it a type of dance? I played Imperial Guard back when I played Warhammer 40k. There we go. Alright, we're getting our souls back. We're making them back. We have to fight the famed Turtle Knight. Come on. Crack Rock Steady with the 510. Thank you very much, comrade. Do you think leftists tend to be too hostile towards social democrats? And do you plan on making a video on Calvin Guerra? Also, can you say, spelt elt is Roy's pretzels? It's an in-joke for my bud. Well, I think I just did, and I nailed it, by the way. No stuttering or slurring, so I'm pretty happy with that. Yes, leftists are way too hostile towards suck dems. That fucking blank killed Rosa Luxemburg shit got tiring a long time ago. It's not funny. It never was funny. One of the greatest successes of the modern alt-right is their ability to ally with people who would have never shared their conclusions under other circumstances. That's how they gain coalition power. How do you get the pervert tag on Discord? You ask for it. This dude is a fucking menace, by the way. Someone is saying I'm not a true socialist in YouTube chat. That probably means they're a neo-Nazi. There are a lot of Nazbols out there who will say I'm not a true socialist because I want immigration or something. The Turtle Knight. I love the way agility works. Have I heard about Blue Labor? Speaking of Nazbols, yes I have. They're largely irrelevant. Turtle Knight? Turtle Knighted. Yeah, the Nazbols have always been, like, a serious threat. Oh, somebody just posted a big link, so big it didn't even fucking come through all the way. Caius with the $1. Vaush, I found Hollow Destiny. Caius, you might as well link that in chat, because the link you posted is so long that it got clipped out of the fucking donation message. Jesus Christ. You fucking goober. How can we call ourselves leftists when we're Okay. Nice, meme. You're all horrible leftists. Does the poppy drama still affect you? No, not even slightly, dude. I'm so much bigger and so much more relevant now than the woke scolds are capable of getting at me. And Poppy hasn't been relevant in my life ever since I typed out that master post, where I indicated that like 98% of the accusations levied against me are absolute horseshit, and also that Poppy is not a reliable like witness to anything. I'm playing Scholar of the First Sin edition. Does the Thought Slime drama still affect you? A smidge, but not very much. People have short memories on the internet. Even the worst misbehaviors eventually get overlooked for the most part. He's gonna lose his shit. He's losing it. There's still people who bother bringing it up. I have not had someone bring that up in such a long time. What's the pervert tag do? It lets you see porn channels on the Discord. What's the next drama going to be? Calvin Guerra. Somebody just asked about Calvin Guerra, right? Isn't Calvin Guerra that trans dude? The male Blair White? Somebody's going to accuse me of being transphobic because I shit-talk Calvin too hard. Oh, yep, I forgot. Yep. Roles just don't work in this game. Ha 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 ha. Some crazy. It's just like gravity. All it takes is a little low adaptability. He's worse than Blair White, actually. Of course he is. He's a man. Ha! Oh man. I've never seen a single one of his videos. Can you come up here? Are you coming up here? Okay, good. Nice move. If I donated $15K, could you come to a meetup in Florida? You would have to pay me far more than $15,000 to ever have a reason to step foot in that state again. What is a SOCDEM exactly? Social democrat, basically a nice capitalist. Wants to keep the same basic labor relationships as capitalists do, except they want stuff like labor and, you know, free healthcare and what have you. It's essentially the nicest variation of a capitalist there is. The reason so many lefties don't like SOCDEMs is because, historically speaking, SOCDEMs have been able to co-opt left-leaning talking points and then use them as a cudgel against real leftists, allowing for moderate incremental change but preventing any serious change. But Florida has Disneyland, so does California. What you're thinking of is Disney World. That's nice, Talking Scone. Remember the TYT guy said capitalism was socialism? Oh yeah, SUCDEMs are also prone to make incredibly stupid fucking statements when it comes to socialism, so... Oh, guys, how high do we need adaptability? Hey, pro-playing games. Guys, I know some of you still have the fucking charts. How high do we need adaptability before our agility is good? Needs to be 100 at least. I'm putting points in that first. I don't give a fuck if I do this whole fucking game with a broken short sword. Yeah, it's like 105, isn't it? Or something like that. We're gonna have to put a lot of points into that stat. You need to increase adaptability in conjunction with endurance or attunement. It'll be endurance. This is why I kind of hate this game. You get your payoff. You know how it be. One of my friends said Europe is socialist, and that's why he calls himself socialist. Yeah, they do. SOCDEMs do things like that specifically to hurt us. They do it to wound us personally. Hey, salamanders. It'll be a while before I'm strong enough to go see you guys down there. God, you look dumb. Aren't they extremely useful for bringing people leftward? They can also be useful for keeping people who might have gone to becoming full lefties from being lefties. This is one of the reasons why communists and such hate Eleanor Roosevelt so much. Eleanor Roosevelt? Wait, is that his name? It's not Theodore. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Yeah, FDR, sorry. Mine's elsewhere. This is one of the reasons why we hate FDR so much. It's because following the Great Depression, there was a very strong leftist sentiment in the country. Very strong. Revolutionary, socialists, anarchists, trade unionists, and labor leaders. You know, union workers. There was a very real possibility of socialism sweeping across the country. And FDR, working in tandem with others, came to recognize this was a threat to the stability of the existing hierarchy. So the New Deal was in part put in place to capitulate to the demands of these groups, to make life livable enough that they wouldn't be driven towards revolutionary ends. He's also the one who denies the Armenian genocide. Hey, hey, listen, who doesn't deny the Armenian genocide now and again, you know? Who doesn't? Let's be real, okay? Have I done a UK election breakdown? There's only so much to break down, really, but I have talked about it. Well, yes, FDR was also racist, but that probably should go without saying, considering the Jim Crow laws were in effect back then. But if it does need to go with saying, then yes, he was also racist. FDR was trans? Oh, that's news to me. Glad to hear it, I guess. Armenians, what are those? Judging by the way they're treated historically, they're like people, but slightly worse. I'm just guessing from info I've been provided, though. Ooh, hey, thanks for taking so long to swing that. Oh yeah, possible, Britmouse. There very nearly was the fascist takeover of the U.S. back during the FDR era. It was called, what was it called? The Business Plot? Radical Reviewer, you know more than I do. The Business Plot, yes? It was literally a group of elite businessmen who were planning on assassinating the president and installing a dictatorship of business people. Yeah, it was the Business Plot. Yeah, George Bush Sr.'s father. Funny that, huh? Isn't there an enemy that comes here who's going to fuck me in the ass? Hey! But it was actually, in reality, I who fucked myself in the asshole. God damn it. Oh, we're in for it. This is just going to be like playing the game again for the first time. Who do you think is the best president so far? Abraham Lincoln. What was life like in Dark Souls before everything went to shit? I think pretty standard, like, medieval shit, right? Wait, why are there two of you? Did I run that far back? Please give points to your health before adaptability. I want a functioning fucking roll, okay? A functioning fucking roll. That's all I ask for, okay? Was there not an enemy right there just a second ago? Is capital punishment justified for war crimes and genociders? No. Punishment... we don't incarcerate and punish people so we feel good about it. We do it to maximize the outcomes for society, or at least that's how we should be doing things. Ah, shit. We don't really get a better world out of engaging in capital punishment for anyone. Stoops, we're doing a no hintery-do run this time, okay? I'm gonna let you off with a fucking warning. So should anti-fascists attempt to take prisoners over killing fascists? No, you should do whatever is efficacious. If it's more efficacious to kill them, hypothetically, in some world in which political violence is necessary, which it is not today, then you should kill them. But if it's not necessary to do that, if the world is not made a better place through that violence, then you shouldn't engage in it. Not even fascists? No, wait, no! We're leftists! Punishment is for rehabilitation, not for gratification. Why would we ever do something to people if it didn't improve the world? Woke scolds would disagree. I don't give a fuck what these people think. There has never been a group of people on Earth whose opinions I am less concerned about than woke scolds, okay? We are running low on health. Guys, see how the bar for our maximum health is starting to close in? That's our deaths racking up. Yes, it is, Lord Xenu. So Mussolini didn't deserve to die? It doesn't matter whether or not somebody deserves to die. Killing Mussolini was necessary because if he was left alive, then it's in all likelihood a secondary revolution would have been able to follow around him. When you take political leaders like that, usually their punishment or execution is necessary because it prevents people from forming counter-revolutions. I'm not saying you should never ever kill enemies in combat or war ever. I'm saying that you should have a reason to do so. There's a reason why you should have a reason to do that thing. You don't just do it because they're super bad people, guys. What the fuck is the point of that? Wait, why is this a topic? The former Lich. Yes, there we go. I'm fucked. Fuck me, dude. So Nazis shouldn't be allowed to have rallies? What do you mean? These are... Guys, what are these questions? These are super non-nuanced questions. What do you mean Nazis shouldn't be allowed to have rallies? I don't know what that means. Like, legally? Do we mean legally? Man, you can really attack forever with this goddamn weapon. I do love black people. That's a good question. That's the kind of question I want to see from you guys from now on, okay? But wasn't he captured, so wouldn't that be capital punishment? No, capital punishment means when you do harm to a person. Unnecessary harm. Capital punishment would be like killing somebody or breaking their knuckles or something. Should Nazis be able to protest legally? Yeah, of course. I'm very much in favor of free speech. And I don't want to give the state the power to decide which political affiliations are made illegal. That's not a power I entrust the state with. God! Damn it! Oh, we're... That was such a small fall. Oh god, Dark Souls 2 fall. Ah. Oh yeah, capital punishment is death penalty. Corporal punishment is violence. Yeah, my apologies. I forgot. What's the difference between hate speech and free speech? What? There's no... It's not a hardline difference. Hate speech can be free speech. I'm not one of those people who believes the government should, like, make illegal, hate speech. What's my favorite piece of lore from Dark Souls 2? Probably, honestly, the starting area, dude. I like the Forest of Fallen Giants a lot. But you support corporate TOS against the spirit of free speech? I honestly trust the government more than I do with corporations. No, Caius. You really, really shouldn't. You really shouldn't, comrade. Right now, most mainstream corporations are significantly more progressive than the current presidential administration is. The reason for this is because corporations benefit from appealing to everybody who can afford their product. That's how they maximize their income. Whereas governments need only appeal to a slim majority of people. A corporation, the end goal of corporations is to be a bland, blith, inoffensive, monolithic entity that appeals to absolutely everyone to maximize profits. A government does not have that obligation. You pay your taxes whether or not the president in office is one you voted for. This is one aspect of capitalism that is unironically good. I know a lot of people's minds will be blown at that, but there are, in fact, certain benefits to economic systems that rely on mass participation. I remember that, Shackley, yes. Please come to Brazil? Why would I come to Brazil? Would I ever run for public office? Absolutely not. Why would I ever do that? Yeah, I'm in favor of Scottish independence. Do you remember which stream it is, though? God, no. I don't remember anything from anywhere at any time. Okay, we need to upgrade our fucking shit. We need a better weapon. We need better everything. We need a club. Because if I remember correctly, this game has like a weird damage system that's not present in the other... That's not present in the other Dark Souls games. Wait, where'd my souls go? Oh, wait, I lost them, didn't I? Didn't I die earlier and I lost those souls because I fell down or whatever? What's the basic background for Dark Souls 2? What's the goal lore-wise? For you to find out how to reverse your personal hollowing. Jesus. Caius, I disagree with your assessment. There is no point at which a corporation, like a mass, like media corporation, for which it'll be more profitable for them to exclusively cater to the interests of like 30% of the population. You know? That's just not the case. Bland, blith, mass appeal is how corporations do their business. And we can use that fact against them. Now, again, let's keep this in mind. There's a huge difference between a corporation being able to decide what's hate speech for TOS and a government being able to decide what's hate speech for the law. The difference being, if the government is the one making that determination, you go to fucking jail. If it's a corporation, they just boot you off the platform. Huge difference. So I don't like that economy to begin with. Oh shit, Trotsky for life with the 10 bucks. Thank you! What should be the role of the scientific method in sociology? There seemed to be conflict in sociology between positivism and anti-positivism. Wondering what the most useful framework is. Oh, Trotsky for life. I mean, I didn't really deal in that. The sociological frameworks that I learned of were stuff like comparative theory or critical theory, or what was it? Functionalism, where you determine the veracity of social organizations by determining to see how well they function within the framework of society. What effects do they have? How useful are they to the organism? Wasn't there like functionalism is positivist, then I never learned it in the purview of that dichotomy, so I'm afraid I'm not going to be of tremendous help. Of course, I focus mostly on critical theory because, you know, Marx and stuff, but you could probably have guessed that. Beyond that, I would say that I tend to focus on non-positivist theories. I'm not a big fan of positivism. Isn't there a boulder that comes... Okay. Brit Mouse with the $7. Hey! Not running for office means more seats open for scumbags. I mean, magical calming mice like me. By the way, getting closer to finishing off the legislative section. Gonna work on executive soon. Fuck yeah, Brit Mouse! I hope it works out, comrade. That stuff sounds tiring and complicated, but I believe in you. You're all gonna... Yeah, that's not... Yep. Yeah, nope. That's... Yep, that's a bottomless pit. Yep. Yeah, I heard about the Space Force, guys. It's just a vanity project. Nothing will come of it for now. We don't have the discretionary funding to be putting into a fucking space military program. Hey, what's up, dude?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kay. I'm navigating...
Fuck you.
Why... Well, when it was... Yeah.
Yep, you're like me, dude. You're trying to get rid of the hollowing, but you're losing your shit. Yep.
Inside... Now... Yes. Wait. Then what?
Give me the thing you're gonna give me.
Here.
Yep, thank you, house key. Go. Nice! Yeah, Trotsky for life. I feel like right now you're exposing a little bit of my my brain degeneracy following my graduation. It's been a little while since I've had to really contemplate sociology as an academic field. Working on it, Rivera life. Working on it. I don't know, we always seem to have money for war. Yeah, but, I mean, they'll do it for that. Would you rather eat ass of a hairy twink or a wax twink? I think I generally prefer hairlessness when it comes to my sexual partners. It's not a huge preference, but I think that preference might actually be stronger with men. As in, I would rather, if I'm gonna be with somebody who's got, like, hairy pits or whatever, I think I would rather it be a girl than a guy. Within the purview of cis-normative gender expectations. Guys, remember... Does anyone here remember how the, Does anyone here remember how the weight system in this works? How much weight should I have? What's bad? What is it? I don't know, bro, Momentum, but it sounds like it fucking sucks. Balthazar with the $5. Rip was the fall of neoliberalism and the rise of tribal right. Damn. Well, maybe I'll guess better next time. I think this can be about whatever you want it. Less than 70%, so it's like Dark Souls 2. Okay, so as long as I'm below 70, I'm good. Okay, okay. It's a gradient. Okay, so you are faster the lighter you are below 70, but once you hit 70, you're fucked. Yeah, what's up? I'm never gonna get to focus on this game. People ask me fucking sociology questions. Oh, hey, nice.
You like them?
Yeah, it came together better than I expected.
I don't think I'm super happy with it, but I can't take the eyes out. I couldn't pry them out.
Oh, but they look good where they are.
Oh, I wanted them closer together. But yeah, I think it looks fine.
Nicely done.
Good show.
Not with the camera being wonky.
Okay.
Nice. I get told I look thick every time I stand up. Every time. The skeleton is creeping me out. Okay, here, we'll move away from the skeleton so you don't get spooked. And Balthazar, the $5, is kneading dough for homemade dinner rules good praxis. Does praxis make perfect? Praxis does indeed... Praxis does indeed make perfect. And learning how to make home-cooked meals is praxis. Figget Nugget, if I were to keep my current system of morals, I don't think I would enjoy living wealthily in a fascist society very much. What worth to me is my wealth, knowing so many others suffer, you know? But if it's a Nazi dictatorship, I would rather live in a Stalinist dictatorship than a Nazi dictatorship any day of the week. Maybe some folks have been watching Destiny too much, and I loathe to have to remind you of this, but I will say that Soviet Russia was a much better place than Nazi Germany. Radical Reviewer, I have thought about that. I do believe that a sense of struggle is helpful towards feeling unified as a community, but I've always believed that sense of struggle could be channeled towards constructive measures. Like, for example, that collective sense of struggle could be something we engage in as we reach towards, say, space exploration, or moving our society forward in a progressive sense, or helping the world recover from a war. I think these big projects work. I mean, think of what the New Deal was able to do for America, you know? It definitely brought together a sense of revitalization, not just through the escape from poverty, but also through the projects which brought that about. Whatever. That's just my opinion. I want a fucking club. All the enemies here are armored. I need 12 strength. Ugh. Lowly times these are. How many if I use all together? Okay, good. Okay, we need to get our fucking strength up so we can use this club. We also have a Cestus here, but I don't think the Cestus can parry in this game. Wait, can we use it now? If we just dual wield? Yeah, we can just dual wield. Oh yeah, there we go. Do you like women more than men in a sexual context? Probably on average, yeah. But I've been looking to be with more men lately. Wait for us to fucking power stance. We can dual wield that shit. And by dual wield, I meant two-hand, by the way. Sake Tanuki with the $5. How dumb does that Cats movie look? The musical was pretty garbo as well. Tory-loving Andrew Lloyd Webber is trying his best to destroy the musical comedy genre. Haha, I don't know anything about Cats except for that trailer. I never saw the musical, and I know not any of its contents. I will say that I am absolutely delighted to see where it goes, though. I want that fucking roll. But I want strength, too. But I want the roll. And Balthazar with the $5. Blawborn put the shield in as a useless joke item. Hopefully you'll play it soon. I promise that Bloodborne will be played on this channel at some point. I am so sincerely confident this is the case. I promise you. How do you meet potential sexual partners? Over Tinder, of course. You think there's a possibility of a third world war? Yeah, totally. 100%. Okay, how much more damage do we do with a dual-wielded club against armored enemies? Oh my god! Holy shit! We're going clubbing tonight, boys. Unless we don't hit them. Do you think a revolution in America will happen by 2030? No. Say two-handed? Do I keep seeing dual-wielded? Two-handed. Would you ever debate Destiny again? Yeah, of course. Alright, folks. I love these streams. You guys know that, right? I love these streams, alright? And one of the reasons these streams are nice is because we can lightly discuss politics without having the direct, deep involvement and the level of doomerism, I'll fix my camera in a moment, that we typically see in the non-video game streams. So that, nope. Intention is sullied a little bit when all you fuckers seem intent on talking about, non-stop, without respite, is how the world is going to end and stuff. Alright, back on now. Vaush camera died? Damn, really? Did it? Man, my camera is actually genuinely just being a huge piece of shit today. It's not even coming back on now. That still functions. Well, now it's not even coming back on. Huh. Well, we kept this for a reason. Right before the, Come here, you. Right before the stream started, like, right before it, my computer just turned off on me. Oh my god. I do so much more damage with the club. I didn't know it would be like 8 times as much damage. I thought it would be like twice as much. Jesus. Your PC is gonna die? Nah, the PC's doing alright. What does the ground your axioms mean? It's a stupid fucking meme from Destiny's community. Oh, whoops. The gist of it, essentially, is that you should always attempt to be able to root your personal beliefs in your, like, foundational axioms. Radical reviewer, totally. I think that as society becomes more progressive, there will be a dramatic increase in the number of gay and gender non-conforming and stuff people. Ow! A huge increase in their number. In large part because I think that people are supposed to be that way. This rigid adherence to gender as it currently exists, this rigid adherence to the systems that we've set up, I don't think that's particularly natural. I think that humans are much healthier when we fuck around. Humans are much healthier when we don't feel obligated to tie ourselves to gendered expectations. I think that people are going to get like that more and more and more often with time. Do you like to go into nature? Absolutely not. Little Nas, if you're looking for new friends, the best thing that you can do is go to hobby group meetups that align with your personal interests, and go there with the intention of being sociable and friendly. Do you think the majority of people would be pan if not for social pressures? Maybe not majority, but a significant margin of. Okay, what are we doing? Sweet. Okay, we got the club, and we need to use a fucking humanity thing. I'm gay, can I say the fag word? Yes, you can say the fag word. I give you permission. Yeah, don't try to find friends on Grindr. bunch of fucking degens there. And not because they're gay, either. Give me my fucking adaptability. I got a lot of questions coming in. Good lord, you people are insatiable. Really do wonder what's acting my camera up. Do you have a big opinion on the bi/pan debate? Yeah, I do. It's a stupid debate. Functionally speaking, the pan is the more correct term if you mean that you don't care about gender when determining your attraction towards people. Pan is just a better term to use there. There's no getting around that. Why can't you... You can't burn that in this bonfire? Okay, I'll do that in another one. Jesus. Oh, hey, speaking of... Hey, Vaush, I keep hearing people to say gender abolitionism is transphobic. Can you debunk this claim? They have to make the claim first. How is it transphobic? I've heard a lot of people say that it is. I have yet to hear any actual arguments. Like, what claims do they make? I hear the same claims. They're always very, very... That's a big book. They're always extremely poorly thought out. Like, let's think about that. How is gender abolitionism transphobic? Let's think. What possible excuse could there be for that belief? Well, maybe they believe that by gender abolitionism, they mean telling trans people that caring about their preferred gender identity is stupid. Well, they surely couldn't mean that, because I have always advocated for the opposite. The point of gender abolitionism is to free people, particularly those who have been hurt the most by gender expectation. Can you find me a group of people who have been hurt more by the expectations of gender than trans people? I would think because if gender is a social construct, then non-binaries would stop existing. I mean, the people would still exist. Terms come and go. Why does the Black Panther Party have a bad reputation? Structural racism. Also, they hated the cops. You know how it be. Surely, if there's a problem with gender abolitionism, it's imperialism/colonialism? Nah, fuck that. I don't give a fuck about gender, even if your gender is part of whatever sacred woo shit your indigenous culture practiced. I hate that fucking attitude towards things, dude. Oh, dude, this is a bad idea. Oh, but these people over here do it, and they're non-white. Oh, shit, you're right. Nah, I reject that. Sorry, I'm not trying to be antagonistic towards you personally. No, Block Caligula, I advocate for an abolition of gender as a concept. I don't, like, what good does it do? What good do we get from gender? I ask all of you. Please let me know. You say, oh, well, I like being in a dress and pretty things. You can do all of that without gender. Gender didn't invent dresses. Oh, well, I like to experience gender euphoria. The only reason you experience gender euphoria is from the delight of you finally being able to express yourself in opposition to all the social expectations you're defying, usually as a trans person. Wouldn't it be better if you could just express yourself in that way without having those burdened expectations to begin with? That's like saying that you get gender euphoria from gender, and that's why you want to keep gender around. Is like saying you want to keep people living in the Sahara Desert because of how refreshing it is to get your thirst quenched to take a big drink every 2 days. You know, like that's not an argument. The only reason you're getting that feeling is because of all of this pain and suffering prior to that point.
Is that a shard you found?
I've seen D-poops.
Here, to see luck. However.
We're killing the pursuer on our first fucking try. Yeah, anyone who believes in gender abolitionism and uses that as a cudgel against trans people is doing they're doing something wrong, I'll tell you. They're missing the point somewhat. Love you too, Britmouse. What good does removing gender do? Yeah, easily. All gender is gender expectation. There's no such thing as gender norms without gender. And likewise, there's no such thing as gender without gender norms. Gender expectations cause an unbelievable amount of damage to most humans on Earth every single day of their lives. Gender expectations are the reasons why men kill themselves as much as they do. Gender expectations is the reason why when a child is born, we look at their genitalia and use it to determine what kind of life they're going to lead. Gender expectations are the reason why literally trillions of dollars of housework has gone unkempt and unacknowledged by both the state and by people at large. Gender expectations do so much harm to people on such an overwhelming level. Wait. Human effigy? I didn't want to block... Oh, you don't have to burn it to get it back. You use it. Fuck, I just wasted a human effigy. Whatever. I only like being a man when I'm masturbating and getting head. You can do both of those things without being a man. In fact, I know several women who like getting their dicks sucked. I mean, why no face cam? Listen, pig, don't worry about it. Don't you think there will always be some norms with gender, like physical strength of men versus women, but not things like earned potential or intelligence, etc.? Why does the disparity in physical strength between people who are born with a penis and people who are born with a vagina have anything to do with, like, social expectation? Your physical strength is legitimately just not a factor in your life 99% of the time. Like, unless you're like an athlete or something, in which case it's pretty relevant, admittedly. But if you're a non-athlete, like, what, I'm a pretty strong dude, like, by default, just on account of genetics. How does this affect my life? Like, what do I get from that? That one was close. Possibly, Marv. Will you ever go back to profile cam? I'll probably switch up my stream setup at some point. There are a lot of things that I want to improve on it. Okay, the pursuer is going to come for us. Yeah, sleepy anarchist, I get you. Bird! Shit. Koi! I sure was rolling there, but no worries. I'm not mad. Well, that didn't work. You can parry him? Well, you need an item that can parry him. How can Antifa improve its optics within mainstream society? I don't know. I need to look into it. You rolled into the sword? Yeah, you're right. I'm just used to Dark Souls 3 where that doesn't matter because rolling is so fucking OP. Blah Caligula. Gender is our social norms and expectations that surround one's biological sex, essentially. That's how they've been used traditionally. So, to say that I have a penis is a sexual characteristic, but to say that because I have a penis, I should be the sexually dominant one in bed, that is a gendered expectation. That is not at all intrinsic. A Little Nas X, it's industrialization that's leading to a decline in the total number of births. You have buckler, you can parry him. I can't use the buckler. I don't have enough strength. Yes, having a penis is very sexist and very racist. It's true. You only get to attempt that boss in this area once. Unless you know he's coming and know how to deal with him, it's very unlikely you'll succeed in your first attempt. Even on my New Game Plus, like, 3, when I knew his patterns and had been here and knew exactly what I was coming in for, he still usually got me the first time. It's just a surprise, you know? You can parry with the buckler. Well, I can't use the buckler because I'm two-handing the club. I'm not strong enough to one-hand the club. What's the difference between a liberal and a leftist? A liberal in the classical sense means anyone who adheres to the principles of liberalism. A leftist is somebody who wants to abolish capitalism in favor of some form of collective ownership. Leftists have a tendency to be progressive as well. In fact, you could argue one who is a socialist but is not progressive is missing the point of being a socialist. Generally, yeah, Chev. I prefer to have other people justify their claims. Short definition of what liberalism is. Liberalism is a political philosophy that emerged from the Enlightenment thinkers. It challenged previous monarchical political philosophies that centered their theories around the ideas of divine right, of natural hierarchies, of theocratic right to rule, and so on and so forth. So essentially, they touted in opposition to this things like democracy, capitalism, free trade, such and such. Can we just donate? You're always free to donate, comrade. I love it when people donate to me. Okay, we're making progress. We're getting better, kind of. Our neoliberalism is ironically extremely progressive. The neoliberalism subreddit isn't actually mostly neoliberal. A lot of the people there are Sokdems. They call themselves neoliberals because they're trying to be like edgy fucking centrists. But I've seen that subreddit. They're not representative of the actual tendencies. If you want a neoliberal, just look at Hillary Clinton. Sokdems are neoliberal? No. Neoliberals are much more austerity-based. Sokdems aren't usually that concerned with, like, quote-unquote sound fiscal policy. Social spaces are confusing? Maybe. No! Dude, nice charge, bro! Do you have any tips on convincing people that non-binary people are real, or is it a lost cause? If a person doesn't believe gender is an identity, then they will never believe in non-binary people. It's just impossible. Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you! I've been stuck on the same goddamn puzzle in this game I've been playing for this entire time. Hey, I mean, I'm stuck on the same goddamn area. I'm still in the Forest of Fallen Giants, so there you go. Look at that little synchronicity between us, Somnio Static. Oh, nice. I can use it, too. Yeah, solidarity. That's what I'm talking about, comrade. Thoughts on people who think sexless relationships can't be romantic? Why are you asking me a question just so you can hear validation from me? You know perfectly well that if I think you're in a sexless relationship, that does not necessarily mean that it's not romantic. What would you do if I gave you 500? I would thank you very, very much for the 500, and I would probably do a big show of it, which would be sincere, mind you. My appreciation would be very, very much sincere. You can break chests in this game. Nice try. Nice try. Probably quite a few times, bro, Momentum. Do you think everyone who's asking you just wants their senpai to notice them? Yeah, sometimes I do think that. It's a possibility. It annoys the hell out of me. There are people who I often feel don't actually, like, give a shit about the questions that they're asking, and are just asking them because they like hearing responses. Lorenthy ring. Balthazar with $5. Can't believe in a world where some people think Epstein killed himself. Next, I'll be hearing how Robespierre guillotined himself. Oh, Balthazar, no need to worry, comrade. Surely there's nobody in chat right now who sincerely believes Epstein killed himself. That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Hugh, 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 hugh. Hugh, 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 hugh. Duly noted, Ding Dong Dangler. Sure, I'm glad we have no federal agents in our chat. Vaush, you said earlier that gender is the norms around women genitals, but now you say it's an identity. What is gender exactly? It depends on what... okay. Gender in a social ascriptive sense, so in a prescriptive sense from the perspective of society, is usually sets of social rules pertaining to one's sexuality. Not sexuality, sorry. Their sexual characteristics. However, those standards are applied inconsistently in a way which makes it seem as though the sexual characteristics themselves are not that which we are ascribing gender roles to. There's a correlative association, but it is not a direct one-to-one ratio. For example, we tend to treat people like women, whatever that may entail. Oh, I remember Rivera Life. We tend to treat women like women when they look and sound and act like women. But when we talk with them in that way, and when we treat them that way, we don't actually know what their genitalia are. We don't actually know what their chromosomes are. We don't actually know much of, well, anything. Hey, buddy! We don't know much of anything about them in a sexual sense. They could be, for example, a trans woman. They could be just an extremely feminine dude. They could be cross-dressing. There are any number of things that could lead a person who is not assigned female at birth to be treated as a woman. So is it really sexual characteristics we're on the lookout for? Well, probably not. It's actually a wide variety of characteristics that we've sort of arbitrarily decided are associated with those sexual characteristics. For example, if somebody who's a man, and who identifies as a man, had a sufficiently high-pitched voice, this is not me, they could, without too much trouble, engage in the affectation of a woman's voice, you know? Hey, boys! Just like that, see? That's what it would sound like, I imagine. Pretty much exactly like that, but imagine it better. And if they did that, and you heard something like that over the phone, or something along those lines, you would probably treat that person as a woman, would you not? Or at least you would naturally assume so. If you, say, for example, called a calling center and heard that on the other end, you know, you would probably treat... hello, miss, you know? But you don't know anything about their sexual characteristics, and with some training, anybody can produce that voice. So, again, what is it we actually care about? In reality, I didn't mean to... Look on. In reality, gender seems to play out pretty much like this. I hate this. I hate this. Is it a sweep? There's no way for me to attack that blob without taking fucking response damage. Or reactive damage. Return damage? That's the word I'm looking for. But only one. Okay, if they come up one at a time. The way things actually seem to play out is that society will ascribe roles to people based on their genitalia, but then we broadly will sort of reinforce those rules based not on a person's actual sexual characteristics, but on the way we perceive their sexual characteristics to be. But then you can go even farther than that. See, once you've recognized the fact that it's not actually the sexual characteristics, but a proxy for them that we're looking for, and so far all of this is true. I don't even think a conservative could disagree with this. Of course a conservative would agree, like, oh yes, I would treat a person as a woman if they sounded like a woman over the phone, even if I had no idea whether or not they actually had XX chromosomes. Everyone has to agree with that point, or they're being silly. So then the next step that we can engage in is what functional utility do we get out? What functional utility do we get out of saying that gender is purely a reflection of one's sexual characteristics, when we know for a fact that there are people without those characteristics who get treated as women and who would like to be treated as women? Wouldn't it be much easier for us to say then that being a woman has more to do with how one presents themselves, how one behaves, than it does once it's descriptive biological characteristics? Well, right? I mean, then we're kind of getting to the heart of the matter, aren't we? We're not wasting our time with the proxy subject anymore. Is it not an issue to treat someone as a woman? Oh, of course, Hyena, and I'm going to get to that, but right now I'm talking about how we treat it societally. Hold on. Do I just drop? Ow.
Well,
Yeah, I managed to escape. Give me the fucking soapstone. Yeah, fuck you. So, there we go. I remember this. Isn't there, like, explosives? These barrels explode. So again, let's get back to it. When we say whether or not somebody is a woman, initially, the sort of default social response is, oh, it's whatever sex they have, you know, whatever genitalia, chromosomes, what have you. Can you... No? Is that... I swear those barrels are supposed to explode. Club at risk, uh-oh. So, the initial social response is just to ascribe gender. Oh, Balthazar with $5. Are you going to try to deny any Greek pilling Nazis you see in the future? The JQ is nothing compared to the HQ. Are you going to do some potato famine revisionism? Don't you worry, comrade. Oh, I could even do the, like, potato famine is actually, like, our Holocaust thing that we use to buy sympathy to control the media thing. Oh, there's so much room. There's so much room in the future, you know? Don't worry, comrade. It'll come up. It's such a good defeater for their arguments, unironically, if you know how to use it. Oh, guys. Field of Fallen Giants. See? This one died. A tree grew around it. Kind of spooky. Alas, nothing happened. Fuck, I'm running out of club juice. I hate it when I run out of club juice. I should probably go back to the bonfire and use some level ups. Shouldn't I? I should, shouldn't I? Best to be careful. Anyway, so the initial immediate determination is the sexual characteristics, but then we realize it's not really the sexual characteristics. It's the it's the behaviors and the appearances that sort of tend to be associated with those sexual characteristics. You don't know, you can't see people's chromosomes. In most instances, you can't see people's genitalia either. Like, you know, for most of the people you see, even for a modern Casanova like me, most of the time you're not staring directly at people's genitals when you decide how to treat them. I imagine. Oh, we're going down together, I guess. Taking you out one at a time. So then we have the traits left, the ones that people actually select for. But here's the issue. If behaving and looking feminine is all it takes for one to be a woman, does that mean that gender is just a performance? Well, I believe there is quite a strong performative element to gender. We perform our gender all the time. We choose how to act when thinking, what would a man do in this situation? It's maybe often not that clear cut, but I've many times thought in my life, how should I behave here, you know? And then I realized my decision was being affected by my perception of how men are supposed to behave. So there's a performative element to it, but then here's the real question. If that's the case, if it's all performance, appearance, and affectation, does that mean that when you're having one of those quirky little show plays where they imitate how the Romans and fucking Saxons used to put on their presentations and have the women being played by men, so you have men up there who identify as men, who are in dresses and they have the high-pitched voices and, well, I mean, they're actors. You can give a look at them. You can barely tell the difference. Are they women? Like, does that make them women? Like, up there? That's a little bit ridiculous, right? Because that would mean they're women only for the presentation, but then they get off, but then they stop performing and they go back to being a man. So that's a little ridiculous. Maybe some people believe that. I don't think it's an entirely invalid theory. We are only what we perform as. But I think that gender has enough of an internal effect on our perception of ourselves and of the world that we can't really reduce it only to the external sort of phenotypical performative elements of gendered experience. I think there's an identity element to it. And the identity element seems to be the one that most reliably brings about an approximation of the results that we're looking for. If we treat gender like an identity, something we believe in earnestly in ourselves, it makes a lot more sense when it comes to explain why we adopt all of these arbitrary social roles. It's not like if you identify as a woman, you are genetically hard-coded into cooking dinner, for example, but it's probably more likely that if you're the type to identify as a woman, that you're going to be more comfortable with those social ascriptions than you are as a man. Is that a problem? Well, sure, because I'm not a fan of gender roles. But is it a reality nonetheless? Unquestionably. So with all of that being said, with all of that information being conflated, towards itself and again and back around recursively, what are we getting at? Well, gender is a lot of things to a lot of different people. And the least reductive way to describe gender is to describe it as an identity with strong performative elements. Or if you want to be even more specific, to an individual, gender is an identity, and into society at large, gender is treated as a performance until it is recognized as an identity. I can give you an example for this in the classic Hollywood fashion, for example. How many times have you seen an action movie where there's a badass space cadet marine dude that the protagonist gets bailed out by? Like the protagonist is in a rough spot and they get saved by some badass fucking space marine with a visor on, and then after the dust is clear, the protagonist is like, thanks. I was really having trouble back there. Thanks. And then the person takes their helmet off and they're a woman. And then there's a moment of realization for the protagonist, and you have that cheesy, oh, I expected you to be a man kind of situation. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this. In movies, in video games. Fuck, the club is broken. I don't have enough durability to... We can just go through. I know where this leads. It redoubles back into the first area. Don't hit me! I asked you... Going right through those life gems I said I wouldn't be using. Hop, hop, hop. Okay, quick now. Here we go. Back to the beginning. Now we have a shortcut. So, getting back to what I was saying, my apologies. With regards to that aforementioned Space Marine helmet explanation, really think about it. Think of the interplay between performance and identity there. You see, the performative behavior of the archetypical masculine Space Marine femme hero is masculine. I mean, that's why they were being treated as, or expected to be, a man prior to them taking their helmet off and showing that they were not. So that's a performative element of gender from which we associated their actual gender identity. But the moment their gender identity, their womanhood, is made apparent to the audience and to the protagonist, even as they don that gear again and anonymize themselves in the masculinizing headgear, they are once again adopting the masculine role, but treated as women by all those who know her to be. I think this excellently describes the relationship between the identity and the performative nature of
Here to see, however.
of one's gender. There, how was that? Did everyone like that? Have I talked to Counterpoints, and do you plan on debating him? I'm emailing him right now, but I don't think I'll be publicly debating him. Oh, thank you, Seabradium. I hope you're able to catch streams more often in the future, but I hope you've been well. You explained that so perfectly. Oh, thank you. Hey, Vaush, always struggle with this as a trans person. How do you explain gender being performative and a construct when there's an existence of people who want to undergo surgery to become the sex of how they identify rather than only performing the gender? Oh, that's easy. Because transgender people don't get surgery because they're transgender. They get surgery because they're transsexual. People, for the most part, this isn't 100% of the case, but very often when people get sexual reassignment surgery, they don't do it just because they're transgender. They do it because they have sexual dysphoria. They have a mental condition that makes them uncomfortable with their sexual physiology. That has nothing to do with gender roles or gender expectations. Even if such a person was to be born in a forest with no exposure whatsoever to gender roles or anything that would lead them to feel socially dysphoric, they would still feel uncomfortable with their physiology. Now, it's possible their discomfort with physiology is being exacerbated by the fact that they live in a society that associates womanhood and having a vagina so much. That is possible. So it's likely that the conflation between gender and sex increases the severity of the dysphoria, but it is nonetheless a discomfort rooted in one's mind, in one's brain, truly. And I mean that brain, not social relationship. There we go. We're on the woke-ass gender streams today. Wait, actually, I'm really curious. Really quickly. YouTube. I'm looking at you right now, YouTube chat, okay? YouTube. Can you type 1 if you have no idea what's going on here and you're just here for gameplay and you're wondering why I keep talking about this? I'm just curious. Balthazar with the $5. Thank you. Trees growing around giants sounds like Blarney Stone and Leprechaun shit. Possibly. I really like the giant design in Dark Souls. I'm really quite fond of that. And Silence with the $5. Vaush, check out this drawing of Twappy he's using for a stream. Also, here's some dog handler money for a can of soup or something. That's 5 cans of soup, comrade. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And damn, the Chad line, dude. The Chad jawline. Dylan Burns. What a fucking monster of a man. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Right now, Twappy is proud to say that he knows me. In 2 years, I will be proud to say I know Twappy. Unquestionably. Unquestionably. He's going places. Well, judging from what I saw in YouTube chat, I don't think that anyone here is in such a position. Darth Vader with the $1. Can you do a playthrough of Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain? I'm afraid I haven't heard of that game. You should, if you want me to play it, you should email me as a reminder. And Non-Authority with the $2. I kind of miss the Far Gone Days when I competed with Somniostatic, Saki Tanuki, and Kvaforth for the top dono spot. Now I spend my money on food. Oh, Non-Authority. Non-Authority. It's undeniable. I have some viewers who are able to contribute more than others. You have always been amongst the top, but the reason why I like you isn't because of that, comrade. It's because you're kind, and because you're generous, and because you're fun to be around, and because I like having you in chat. And whether or not you're able to donate a tremendous amount, I'm happy to have you here, and I hope things are going well for you. Duly noted, Radical Reviewer. Sorry if this is confusing. How does the difference between transgender and transsexual explain people that are trans plus non-binary and are undergoing HRT or plan in order to alleviate dysphoria, despite the fact that there is no sex associated with being non-binary? Oh, that's simple, comrade. Because the two are separate. You can be non-binary, but still be deeply uncomfortable with your pardon the term, sexual female characteristics. That's actually a point in favor of my dichotomy, not against it, because it's an indication that it's possible, even if you don't identify as a woman, to be physiologically uncomfortable with the sexual physiology of one who's assigned female at birth. An indication, then, that gender and sex are not intrinsically linked, as many believe them to be. No, Adler, there's probably not a need for more leftist theory content on YouTube. There's a need for more posting 3 times a day, the quartering style content producers. Would cisgender people still be common in the gender abolitionist society? Well, there would be no cisgender people, because cisgender means, well, that you identify as the gender you were assigned at birth. But no genders would be assigned at birth. It would be a meaningless concept. There would probably be many people who are born in their bodies and who are comfortable with their bodies as they were born in. If that is what you mean by cisgender, then yes, there would be many such people in a gender-abolished society. Woo! Oh yeah, oh, his back attack is devastating. It's instant. Oh yeah, definitely Little Nas. No problem, Motion. I've always been against reading out the cost of super chats and tiered Patreons because the ability to give various amounts is not meritocratic under capitalism. Thoughts? Radical reviewer, in a perfectly, if I was like a perfect arbiter of leftist like theory, I probably wouldn't read out the amounts donated. I would just thank those who donate. But in reality, like in the society in which we live now, I do think that my thanks towards people should be at least somewhat proportionate to the amount of resource they provide me. Even if the amount of resource is arbitrarily sort of valued relative to the amount they make and so on and so forth. Also, it just makes more money when you call out how much people gave you. When you call out how much people gave you, they're more likely to give you more because they like being shown as generous to the chat. In a way, it's a mutually beneficial relationship, as long as you're not exploitative about it, which I don't believe that I am. I don't think I take advantage of people's parasocial relationships. I'm usually pretty clear to people that the only thing I expect of them is to be kind and thoughtful and decent participants in the stream. I don't ever expect people to donate. Obviously, of course, the real truth is that I do expect people to donate. I need to. It's the only way I can pay my rent and such. So if people don't donate, I will have to jostle them a little bit. But thankfully, the kindness of my viewers has been more than sufficient for me to get by. And I'm very frugal, so all the money I don't spend, I save up, so in the future, I don't have to. You're more ethical than a lot of streamers, and it's sad. I mean, yeah, this is a job. And I don't feel bad about the work that I do either, even for those who donate a lot. I've probably provided, at this point, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of content, minutes. Oh, in fact, we can check right now, actually. Hold on. We can treat it kind of the way you would treat ratings for a TV show. Block Caligula, if gender abolitionism is a new gender, then being an atheist is a new religion. If that's how you choose to think of it, then you may, but that's not how I believe I think of it. Anyway, if we go to analytics... Right. So over the entirety of my being a content producer, 3.6 million hours has been spent watching my stuff, which is an extraordinary amount of time. That's longer than I or 100 of me have to live. Frankly speaking, I probably provide more entertainment in a pure watch hour sense than many TV shows do. So I don't feel particularly bad about compensation for my labor. I'm not trying to sound conceited or anything. I think about it a lot, you know? In terms of total independent engagement, reach, we're unique viewers. Does it not show for the past year? What about the past 90 days? And over the past 90 days, that's about 400,000 unique viewers, which puts me above a lot of TV shows again. So I'm comfortable that I am producing content which is worthy of people's attention and compensation. Obviously, that's very much a subjective determination on my part, but I do want to make sure people enjoy my content. Speaking of, Somniostatic with the incredibly generous $25. Thank you so much. I'm just an old man with a disposable income and a penchant for online leftism. If anyone feels marginalized by my donos, just pretend I'm donating for you. Somniostatic. I don't believe you're that old. I think you're the type who would claim you are, though. I love you too, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate all of your generosity. I really genuinely do. Somniostatic donates for the people. Shackley, what is it you wanted to see? You asked me to go back to analytics. Was there something you wanted me to check? Red Fox with the $10. Thank you so much, comrade. It is very, very kind of you. Can't wait to see you seize the means of production of Nishandra's panties. Also, how do you feel about playing roguelikes such as Binding of Isaac on stream? I've actually 1,000,000%ed Binding of Isaac. I actually have every single achievement. I like playing roguelikes, but I want to do them in short bursts in between the bigger games, because I like to focus on new experiences for the most part. But I am quite a fan of Binding of Isaac and many other such games. Historica Hungarica with the £2 are insect bugs? YouTube chat wants to know, are insects not bugs? I'm quite certain they are. Shackley, what was it you wanted to say? I thought it said you made 32K off ads. I misread, lol. Oh, no. No, the estimated revenue that I've received here is almost entirely super chats. In fact, here, if we take a look at it. Yes. 18,000 of that over the course of my career has been super chats. 14,000 has been YouTube premium revenue. A mere 2,500 has been ad revenue. I get almost no ad revenue. All of my videos are demonetized, every last one of them, with very few exceptions. See? All the ones that have this yellow $sign right here is limited, which means I get fewer ads. Interestingly, this one didn't get limited. I wonder if this one got a little bit more ad revenue. Oh my goodness. It really did get more revenue. Maybe I should make an effort to swear a little bit less so my videos don't get demonetized so easily. Damn. If this was demonetized, I would have less than 1/10 of this amount. Well, self-employed Somniostatic. Self-employed. 15%, 15.3% tax. Oh my goodness, there are so many wonderful things people are saying in chat right now. Hold on. Joshua Morrison with the $5. Since we're on the topic, do you think there's any degree of innateness to gender identity? If so, to what extent is this the case? To gender identity, no. I don't believe that is the case. To certain types of behaviors that are associated with one's sex, perhaps yes. I do believe perhaps there is a possibility that people who are born with wombs may necessarily find themselves more interested in caregiving or nurturing professions. Without gender, even if you were to strip gender from everything. But I think even if there is a slight bias in that direction, that's totally fine and totally natural and totally normal. And whether or not that be the case, we shouldn't try to coerce people in any one direction based on a perceived proclivity towards that type of labor. And Somniostatic with the gifted tier 1 sub, greedy peasant, true. All right, a bunch of people messaged me in chat. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'd actually love to go over analytics sometime. One thing that I might one day have a PO box. Okay, here we go. I've looked over. I've always been of the belief that when you're doing the sort of work that I do, where you're dependent on the charity of others for for your well-being, that you should always be very forthcoming when it comes to your income. I don't think there should be any limit to how much you can quote-unquote ethically make as a leftist content creator. So if ContraPoints made $500,000 a year off of Patreon, I would not give a single shit. I would not give a shit. What I do think, however, is that we should be transparent with our income. The reason many people aren't is because if you're a streamer and you're transparent about your income and you're doing well, many of your viewers who make less money than you aren't going to donate because they think that you don't need it as much. In reality, as is often the case, once they start to believe that, then they stop donating and then you actually do quite need it. Oh, well, of course, Somniostatic. If they're making money through unethical means, then yeah, of course. And yes, it does bother me a little bit that ContraPoints and HBomberGuy and PhilosophyTube all have their dono amounts hidden on Patreon. Yeah, Shackley, I'm not a fan of that. I think if you're making money off Patreon, no matter how much you should show it to people. Not showing it to people nearly guarantees you make more money in total, but I still think it's something that we should do. I can be quite forthcoming on this. I probably right now, if I were to extrapolate my income to a yearly state, probably make a little bit more than $100,000 a year. A lot of that gets taken out by the tax band though. Self-employment means you pay a flat 15.3% tax that you guys don't have to pay, assuming you're, you know, not self-employed. That's quite a bit. I'm probably going to have to end up paying in excess of $24,000 in taxes next April. I've never paid taxes on my own before. That's a lot. Not really looking forward to that, to be perfectly honest. But, do you invest? Not presently. I should get an invest. I need an IRA fund, and I need to start doing small investments. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck self-employment tax is a thing. It's fucking disgusting. Why? Like, by nature of my employment, I actually require less social infrastructure to do my work than any... I don't require roads, I don't drive to work, or any of that shit. You know? My work is 100% contained within my fucking house, using services I already pay for. So why the fuck should I have to pay so much? The Last Giant, folks. Survivor of a very old war. To discourage competition? I mean, yeah. Is it possible to make a self-employed person's union? No, but I should probably get an LLC. I've been meaning to speak with a financial advisor or with a not attorney. What's their name? Come on. Not attorney. Come on now. Accountant, thank you. I knew it was an A. He ripped his own goddamn arm off! I need an accountant's advice. At this point, I'm probably making enough that I should be asking one's help to help me with my taxes. I'm decent at math. I could do my own taxes without much bother if I wasn't dealing with the self-employment thing. Did not have enough endurance to roll. One of the consequences of investing all your early points and getting a functional roll, which I'm soon gonna have to stop doing just so I can have other stats. Can I give a brief Marxist description of the different historical revolutions? Oh, I couldn't, comrade. My history is quite poor. Yeah, do you guys want to hear a really good meme? The government, the United States government, knows exactly how much you owe it in taxes. The IRS knows. It's 100% aware of exactly how much you owe it. But it won't tell you. You have to guess how much you owe it. And if you fuck it up, you could go to jail. The reason for this is because companies that help people do their taxes for them lobbied and actually put bills in front of congresspersons and senators to have a law passed to keep people from knowing exactly how much they owe. The government could do your taxes for you. Think of how many hours every year you spend doing your taxes. My father is always juggling quite a few balls. He spent like dozens, at least 20 hours every year just on doing taxes, because he doesn't want to send it off to a tax man. He's good with math as well. And it's all because the government arbitrarily decided to avoid telling people. You could just receive a bit of mail. This is how much you owe. Entropy, yes, I have, and I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Oh, I don't disagree, Radical Reviewer. 100%. We have a massive education problem in this country. I don't read much fiction. I'm afraid I don't read much at all, actually. To those of you who have come in recently, I'm sorry about the fact that I am currently Garfield. My camera is having some weird glitches today. It shouldn't be anything serious. Nothing I can't fix, but I can't fix it without having to restart the stream. And because we're on YouTube, restarting the stream means, creating an entire new, like, stream window. Like everyone on YouTube chat right now would have to abandon this URL and form a new one. A Jew for you with the $1. All bugs are insects, but not all insects are bugs. Sure! Why not?
As it has so many.
Pessimist with the $5. Thank you. What advice would you give to someone who wants to make lefty content that can be more widely seen? I'm asked this question pretty often. I'm afraid I never have a very satisfying answer. My answer remains this, essentially. There are no guarantees. Luck is a huge component of everything you want to do. The best guarantee to success, if there is any guarantee to be said, is to create content you know people want, to fill a niche that you believe is not currently being filled appropriately, to step forward and meet that niche better than you believe anyone else could, and then to do it so well that you believe people would be willing to pay you for it. I genuinely believe that is the only... What do you think of legalizing sex work and prostitution? I'm very much in favor of doing both of those things. You know, it's kind of nice not being on camera. I can unbutton my jacket, let all the chest hair out. Not authority with the $2. What? No. All insects are bugs, but not all bugs are insects. Spiders are bugs. Wait, is a bug a technical term? Is a bug like an actual... Like, would a scientist use the term bug? Interesting. I'm gonna kill those pigs. Kui. Oh my god, they're so strong. Never mind, I don't want it yet. We'll come back to you. They, for some reason, have an absurd amount of health. Legalizing sex work can increase human trafficking, but it usually does so because the government is doing an insufficient job managing that industry after it's been legalized. See, legalizing brings things to the forefront and usually gives industries more money, but you can compensate for that with very strict regulations. Additionally, usually the sex trafficking increase is made more visible through the legality of that business, i.e. that sex trafficking was in some instances taking place anyway. It is only made visible now through the legalization of that industry. It is a complicated subject, but I think the way forward here is not through criminalization. Many women are victimized through the criminalization of work. Does sex trafficking go up if it is made legal? Certainly, yes. In some instances, of course. But think of all of the women out there who have to turn to tricks because they have no other way to pay themselves out of an abusive situation. All of the women out there who have no one to account for, no one to speak to but their pimp. They can't go to the police, they can't go to the state. These are people who can be helped through the legalization of sex work. Yes, Ding Dong Dangler, that's correct. A Jew for you with $1. Yes, a bug is a specific type of insect. Alright, well, as long as we're all clear. Oh, I need to buy the key from that bitch. I hate women. Are you planning on joining the hard mode covenant? I think that I think that I'm going to have a fun enough time with the game as it traditionally is. Do I speak other languages? Yeah, huh. I speak 4 languages. English, sarcasm, real talk, and swearing. Huh. I saw that meme once, and I still cringe when I think about it.
Lively town.
Guys, where do you turn boss souls into weapons in this game? Ah, Conciliator with the tier 1 sub, thank you. What do you think of George Carlin? I think a lot of his takes were pretty anarchist, though I don't think he ever self-identified as anything particular politically. I think well of George Carlin. He wasn't progressive by today's standards, maybe. But, oh, the crow person. I remember, comrades. I remember, in the sand area. I remember. Yes, I thought very well of George Carlin. He probably isn't progressive by today's standards, but I don't think there's any denying that he had alignments with us. Oh, why Nervosa? Thank you, wait, why am I saying thank you? I got my internet working, Power Edge. How's the screen? Your Garfield, how's the scraper working? Why Nervosa, the scraper has been working flawlessly. I have heard no problems whatsoever. I am Garfield because my camera hasn't been working, but that has nothing to do with you, so don't worry about it, okay? Brit Mouse with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Finish last page of the legislative. I'll start working the executive tomorrow. Also, fuck a Jew for you. There are plenty of non-insect bugs like daddy longlegs and police officers. Churro! Good luck with your ongoing projects, comrade. I hope it works out well for you. Oh, that's true, Radical Reviewer. I should also stress the importance of certain material conditions. Having a good microphone is very important to having a successful YouTube channel. It's an investment up front, but if you can spend at least $120 on a good microphone, you can outpace the quality of most YouTubers. The fake trumpet, you have me. You have me. Alright, let's open up this shop. What's an internet scraper? A scraper is a type of coding mechanism that my system administrator, White Nervosa, has used to take from YouTube the
yes. But
the host of the stream, essentially. It's a bit of a pain. Unfortunately, YouTube is a little bit funky, which means that if we used a traditional hosting function, that there would be more difficulties in obtaining the stream quickly. A problem we used to have is that it would often take as long as 5 minutes for the stream to pick up on me streaming on YouTube, meaning that I'd be streaming only for YouTube and not for my website, but the scraper fixes that. Tau, what? With the tier 1 sub, thank you. Do you think the US tax system is deliberately biased against self-employment? Yes, because people who self-employ don't lobby. It's really that simple. Historica Hungarico with the €2. Posadas John with the $2. Hail Bob Avakian. Thank you, comrade. True, maybe. Maybe true. Maybe true. I couldn't tell you, though. Lil Nas X with the $1. You said in the past that buying a t-shirt from Walmart or something supports child slaves. So is it more ethical to steal stuff than to buy things? Is the act of shoplifting actually saving kids from harm? In a direct sense, like, are you actually helping children? No. In all likelihood, you stealing individually probably has no impact on the world whatsoever. From a large corporation. If you're stealing from smaller businesses, it certainly could.
and you were a man, not a
But I will say this, I will never say with any degree of confidence that there is any harm done to the world should you choose to steal from, say, Walmart. I'm gonna make my hammer stronger. I'm upgrading my hammer.
If you make it back.
My club, I should say. Alright, now we fight the pursuer. Should we add a true emote? I don't want to add a true emote because I like seeing all of you guys type it. There's a chest in the blacksmiths. I'll get it next time I'm there. Is America really capitalism as prescribed by Adam Smith? No, not even close. So apparently Pewds is quitting YouTube. I know, Posadas John. Somebody donated that with that as their text. Yeah, PewDiePie is apparently quitting YouTube for like a year or something. Pretty insane, actually. I'm very curious to see how that goes. Very curious. Gotcha, Caius. JK, guys, Dark Souls 2 will take a lot longer than Dark Souls 3. I had a lot of experience with Dark Souls 3. Ah, I definitely would have... Oh my god. Yeah, what I'm really interested in seeing is if he uses any of his off time to do political canvassing. I know that sounds ridiculous, but... Can you imagine if we see PewDiePie on the Ben Shapiro, like, talk show, the Daily Wire show he does? That would get an unbelievable amount of attention drawn to Ben Shapiro, an unfathomable amount. It would be devastating. DS2 is some old bullshit? Maybe. Can you... We are not in... Oh, shit. Yeah, we were not in proper shape for that. Chatterbait stream will come eventually. Can you play something else, frowny face? No? Why would I do that? Okay. Alright, well. Ah, see, look! We've killed this one 10 times. It no longer respawns. There will be dragons, Sleepy Anarchist. Thanks, Block Caligula. When I'm away on holiday and I have some off time, I'm probably going to take my laptop to finish the fucking research. "12 times? It's not 10 times? I thought it was 10 times. The research for the alt-hype stream. I know what I'm going to have to open it up with, too. There, guys, have you seen... If you have any time, you should go take a look at the alt-hype and Black Pigeon Speaks. Absolutely losing their marbles over the Sean bell curve debunking. It's pathetic. I took a look at all the alt-hype content and a little bit of the Black Pigeon Speaks content, and it's clearly them trying to save face after one of their darlings was, like, blown the fuck out by a lefty YouTuber, you know? The funniest part was that Black Pigeon Speaks kept making fun of, like, YouTube scientist Sean when alt-hype gets, like, fucking featured in the stream, like, name-dropped and is brought up, and he is clearly relevant to this whole situation. And alt-hype is the literal definition of a quote-unquote YouTube scientist. There's no closer definition to one than that. Radical Reviewer, I would, but it's honestly cringy as fuck, so I actually won't. Didn't Black Pigeon Speaks get banned off YouTube? Yes, then he got unbanned. Because YouTube is not our ally. Do you have a favorite genre or band when it comes to music? I like fucking video game and anime soundtracks. That's my shit. I have not played Revenant from the Ashes, no. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, hit ! Discord and you can see it. You have to do a small verification process to go through first. Alt-hype has a terrible article excusing the Congolese genocide? Interesting. That's very fascinating. I thought he was just interested in the science. Why would somebody who's interested in biological prescriptivism and scientific research ever do an expose on a historical military event unless the goal of his channel was to dehumanize and fight against black people? Ariel Fernandez with the $5. Thank you. When you break free from the chains of religion, you'll be like the bird that escaped from its cage and the something that could fly. And I'm going to look at that to make sure I didn't miss everything. Now can finally fly. Well, good thing I'm not religious, so I think I'm pretty okay, actually. And Caius with the $1. Dark Souls SFM porn win, though. I do not know if these models are optimized for good pornography. I will tell you that. I don't know why in the boss introductions for this game you get this, like, red blood vein look. Is it meant to be, like, rage? I don't know. Do I, like, hollow whenever I see a powerful enemy? I don't know what the, like, implication is. Alright. The bitch way to do this is to lure him in front of those two ballista to take off, like, 70% of his health right away. We ain't no bitch. Okay. I really feel like I rolled through that properly. So here's a quick question. When the fuck are you supposed to heal in this game when healing takes so long? I just gotta get better. I know the answer. I just gotta get better. Clarify prescriptivism? Yeah, okay. So, theories usually have... Okay, so there are many types of... There are certain types of statements that you can make, okay? There are prescriptive and descriptive. In descriptive statements, you are merely describing the world as it exists, okay? In prescriptive statements, you are making judgments on how the world should be. For example, a descriptive statement would be, right now in America, women are generally expected to take care of the kids. And a prescriptive statement would be, right now in America, women ought to be taking about the kids. It's the difference, it's like an is-ought statement, essentially. And this difference can be found in application in media and academia all across the world. Come on. Okay, gonna keep doing that attack? The swirl? Yes, the swirl. I remember. He does the swirl at the end. I'm on to your moves! And then that one stabs me and then he throws me, I think. I'm on to your moves, son! You see those roll timings? I'm so glad I have invested in adaptability before I fucking took this on. Man. What? Okay, dude. I'm dead. Okay. That was fucking bullshit. That was bullshit. I'm not making apologies for the game on that one. You can't roll through that attack, you need to dodge it. Okay, but I think I did, considering that I had to teleport 2 times the length of my body to make it to where the attack apparently hit me. But that's okay. We clearly had him there. What does Cursed do in this game exactly? It doesn't insta-kill you. Fuck off. Hey. It curses you? It builds up until it does? No, but I had it. Oh, it increases your hollowing. Oh, that's right. It instantly increases your hollowing level by 1. I have not heard of NetHack, or Nethak, or whatever it is. Have you ever done psychedelics? Thank you, Graham Webb. I appreciate the donation very much. I have not done psychedelics. One time I was invited by my partner to do shrooms, which I did, but they ended up being ineffective. They were rather old. And I'm kind of glad they didn't work, because as it turns out, shrooms are rather dangerous for people who take lithium, as I do. I'm afraid of psychedelics. I don't think I want to take them. I don't know. Maybe that could have hit too. That didn't hit. Woo! I have not, Radical Reviewer. I will say, though, I've never made much of an effort to go out of my way to look for pieces of media that are leftist. I don't know. There's something else I look for in media. Okay, we're getting better. We're getting better. We're getting jiggy with it. Okay, well that shouldn't have hit me even if I didn't roll, but you never fucking know with this game, right? Gonna do the twirl? Yep. Yeah, his sword swings are very fast, but his timings are predictable. One of the things that really fucking does up the difficulty of a boss is if they have two different attacks that have a similar looking tell. So you can't always reliably know when you have to dodge. But he has an incredibly easy tell. Flip? No, no flip. The Cestus can parry? Really? Get out of here! What was your experience in going to Japan like? What did you notice? It was beautiful. I had a really good time. There are many... Oh, hello. There are many elements of Japan that I find unenviable, personally. But there's no denying it's a beautiful, vibrant city from which I had a pretty remarkable experience. Oh yeah, you're all just fucking conga lining in now, huh? Oh yeah? You too, huh? Yes, it would be nice if Japan was less ethnocentric. Do you guys remember when I was in the Smoldering Lake in Dark Souls 3, and there was that one guy here who called me a retard for saying that Japan was ethnocentric, and then we looked over every single word of the Japanese, like, race and culture section, like, race and ethnicity section, and every single thing that it said verified everything that I had said without me even looking at the wiki article. And every time I looked and like closed it, he'd just call me a retard again because I missed like the one word. Yeah, it's at the bottom. Hey. Dude, I'm not even your target. Yeah, PewDiePie is not going to stop making videos forever or whatever. That'd be a really stupid decision. Well, Radical Reviewer, I mean, I get that. If you work retail, you're kind of taught to hate shoplifters. If too many shoplifters, shoplift, then the loss on that part of the store can make your department look bad. But in terms of hating, like, tweakers, honestly, I get it too, dude. Hold on. Carry us. Unnecessary homage to Dark Souls 1. Take us. But for, like, tweakers and homeless folk and stuff, too, like, I'm gonna be real, okay? I've worked security before. Drug addicts and homeless people are, like, a scourge on your daily fucking life. in some areas of town. Now, I don't think that means they're not people or anything like that, but obviously, but I can understand that for an individual, engagement with these groups would be pretty can often be unpleasant. Oh, I know, non-authority. I'm just gonna get the warp. Vaush was a mall cop? Basically, kind of. Listen, I'm just trying to make money. I was just making money for college. What are the worst aspects of Dark Souls 3? The ease with which you can roll. It takes way too little stamina to roll, which means that like most fights devolve into roll spam, whether they're PvP or PvE. And there are a ton of attacks in that game that you can like fuck up on because rolls are so fast you can like do a second roll before the first roll. Has even allowed you to fuck up the timing.
Bearer of seek the king.
What's the hardest Dark Souls, do you think? Dark Souls 2 is the most difficult in my opinion. Yeah, true, Don Mako Umineko. There's just not much of a penalty to roll spam. Oh, gotcha, Tevelo, it's wrapped up. Yeah, I never, even when I was like a security guard, I never said like fuck homeless people or anything like that. I always had the greatest degree of sympathy, and very often I would flat out refuse to take them out of the premises if they were like fussing up, you know? But realistically speaking, like from my engagements with homeless people in that environment, they were often quite difficult to deal with. I've never played Demon Souls. Maybe I can play Demon Souls for the stream. Wouldn't that be fun? If we can play Demon Souls and Bloodborne for the stream, that means I'll have played every Souls game. Alright, Hyde's Tower of Flame. This way, right? Yeah, Posadas John. Hyde's Tower of Flame, Hyde's Tower of Flame, Hyde's Tower of Flame. Yes, many mentally ill people are homeless or on drugs or are otherwise mentally incapacitated. Man, I really wish I remembered more of Dark Souls 2 lore. I could regale all of you. Oh, thanks. What's your opinion on workers' councils? I mean, I think they're pretty rad, right? I'm sure not opposed to them. I'll tell you that. Do you know the Pursuer's lore? Yeah, wasn't the Pursuer... The Pursuer was, like, sent out to, like, slaughter... They were sent out to, like, slaughter the Hollowed because they were, like, protecting the Dranglaic Keek from a distance, right? Is that it, Bouncy Boy? Or something like that, maybe? Like, they were sent out there to kill advancing Hollowed before they arrived at the place. Here it is. I always thought this was a little difficult to see. Quick reminder, anyone who's come in who's curious, the reason why I have Garfield over my cam rather than, well, me, is because my camera's being a little wonky. It's not a permanent condition. But for this stream, I will remain Garfield. Oh yeah, Radical Reviewer. Well, I have no respect for that. Would welfare still exist in an anarchist society? One of the greatest inequalities of all is the inequality of lacking. I imagine that any decent anarchist society would provide subsistence living for everyone, would it not? The community would provide. Oh, hey, buddy! These guys will fucking wreck you. Yeah, don't you dare. These guys will fucking wreck you if you're not careful. Oh boy. Wait, do I not get a bonfire? If I die here, do I have to walk all the way from Majula? I think I do. Okay. Oh, I see it. It's right there. But I still gotta fight you. I remember you. You're not that tough. You're not that tough, and I have a weapon that basically counters you. Yeah, 3 hit. They're just sitting there? Yeah, the Hyde Knights are very, temperamental. How much Dark Souls lore comes from the game and how much are just theories? I would say that most of what people talk about when they're referring to Dark Souls lore is pretty substantiated with in-game evidence. Very rarely, I mean almost all Dark Souls lore gets radiated outwards from VaatiVidya. VaatiVidya does Dark Souls lore so well and so like immediately after the game's release that everything else basically derives from him. Like it's not even close. So and if you watch his videos, you can see, like, he's really not extrapolating that much. When he does extrapolate, he usually says so. He'll say, like, and we can't quite be sure of this, but what? You know what I mean? Like, and this could be extrapolation, but the game never explicitly says Gwyn didn't have a 3rd daughter. Named Gwendolyn, who went on to become the hidden 4th mistress of the Sable Church, you know? Oh, Caius, if there's bits of Dark Souls lore that, like, he's gotten called out on, then it's beyond me. I'm not like a lore maniac or nothing. I just play the games, I roll, and I dodge. It's true, though. There is no evidence that there isn't another daughter of Gwyn named Gwendolyn. Look, we raise a platform for a future boss arena. Don Mako Umaneko, would you recommend it? Yeah, bruh moment. This sounds a little selfish to say, but one of the greatest damage, some of the greatest damage that drug addicts and what have you do to the world is the despair they induce in those who are forced to put up with them. I know that sounds like an unbearably selfish thing to say, but we all know that I'm completely right. So let's dispense with the virtue signaling and just bask in how true. I don't even mean, like, if you're a family member dealing with abuse. I just mean, like, seeing them. Oh, fuck. Brontophobic, I don't really think that socialists are under any obligation to, like, not participate in capitalism while living in a capitalist system. Yeah, roasty my toasty. I advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs. Now, mind you, I'm not necessarily saying their sale should be made non-criminal in certain instances. But the consumption of those drugs should absolutely be made legal. Drug addiction is a healthcare crisis, not a criminal crisis. Nice! Hey, you know, the first time I came here and tried to do that, I got fucked up real quick. What are the worst aspects of Fooly Cooly, the original? Fuck, dude. The original... I think a little bit more effort could have been put into investigating Nina Mori as a character. Maybe not. No, I think she maybe got the perfect amount. I really like Nina Mori. It's probably my bias speaking for me. Well, I mean, you've sort of caught me in a bind here, because I think Fooly Cooly is pretty much perfect. If you're a socialist and do you own a business, do you think you have a moral responsibility to make that business a co-op? No, I don't think so. I don't treat socialism as this matter of moral purity. It's what I want for society. It's not something I demand of its adherents. I don't care for this, okay. I don't care for that approach. Anyway, the original Fooly Cooly. I'll get that chest after I kill the Dragon Rider. It could Adler, but I don't believe people are bad, necessarily, for not choosing to do a good thing. Oh! Good thing I raised the platforms. This dude is like barely even a boss. Do you like sour stuff? I do, yeah. Dark Souls 2 is a lot of bosses, but the way they did this was by dramatically lowering the quality of the bosses. This dude is literally just like a recurring enemy later in the game. You can't be a socialist and then exploit workers? Sure you can. I just don't care about virtue ethics. I just don't care about, like, assessing people's individual moral purity. Get out of here. Gimme. Bonfire? Wait. Oh shit, now the Hyde Knights are mad. Oh shit, he's up. Yeah, it's upstairs. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't actually know what could be done to improve Fooly Cooly. I genuinely don't know. Oh, I think I actually know. Give Commander Amarao a redemptive characteristic. Commander Amarao was a little bit cowardly. He was mostly just not particularly masculine, and that's most of what he was shamed for, honestly. But the issue is that, so, Aharu Haruko, was okay, we're working with layers of metaphor here. Okay, hold on. So, in an allegorical sense, what Haruko was looking for in the men that she exploited was masculinity. There are many allusions to this. When Haruko pulls out the guitar from Naota's head, and everyone else like freaks out, all the ladies get like a nosebleed and freak out and stuff. It's a penis joke. And when she's making fun of Commander Amarao, she pulls from his head a tiny little slingshot, you know? And she wobbles it, and it's like floppy, and she's like, guess that's the best you can do. That sort of thing, you know? So what she's looking for is like an allegory for masculinity. But the issue is, Haruko is wrong. She's the villain of the narrative. The point is that Haruko is a monstrous piece of shit who's exploiting this poor little boy to get something that she wants. Something that she wants purely for selfish reasons. So, Commander Amarao is actually a pretty good person throughout the narrative. He gives Naota advice, which is admittedly colored by his bitterness and his experience with women, that woman being Haruko, who is a monster. But he makes a genuine... And he is creepy towards his subordinate, there's no denying that. But I don't think he's a bad person. He gives advice. He seems genuinely kind-hearted. He tries to protect the town of Mabase. And when he fights against Haruko, he seems interested in stopping her in large part because she's a threat to humanity. He's not a bad guy, but the show constantly makes fun of him for not being masculine. If the point is that Haruko is wrong for the way in which she's exploiting Naota for his masculinity, then why then does the narrative reinforce the validity of her perspective on Amaral by constantly making fun of him for his lack of masculinity? I don't have a problem with the juxtaposition. I have a problem with the way in which the juxtaposition is framed against her worldview and her perspective on men. Does anyone here understand what I'm saying? I'm coming up with this on the spot, so pardon me for making fucking critiques out of nowhere, but I feel like you guys should understand where I'm coming from with this. I thought Eyebrow Man was an allegory for immaturity. Immaturity too, yeah, but that can be tied in with masculinity as well. But there were plenty of digs at him that were undeniably, like, about his masculinity. The penis jokes, the joke of him, like, nutting too early after she touches him, like, she was like, I bet you can't last that long. The way he would, like, make girlish screams, when he was, in high-stress situations, that kind of stuff, you know? What is this show? It's called Fooly Cooly, or FLCL, and it's one of the best pieces of media ever made. How is it that you can use the bonfire if you're not an Ashen one? I'm not an Ashen one, but I am undead. I have the dark sign, see? Right here. I have the dark sign. This is Dark Souls 2, so this is before Ashen ones existed. I'm merely an undead, and for that reason I am branded with the curse of the undead, which binds me to the bonfire. It allows me to rise back again from them, and to warp between them. It is Radical Reviewer, that's where I got that joke from. After you kill Gale, it said Heir of Fire destroyed, was he one? Yeah, I think it's implied that Slave Knight Gale had linked the flames many times himself with his enormous titanic strength, simply so he could continue eating those for the Dark Soul. You said this is future Wakanaida? Well, yes, in our lore it is. Hello, Licia. Yeah, you got miracles? Fuck you. I don't use magic. This is a melee game. Oh, we need to go down and get that chest the Hyde Knight was guarding. Do you think there was any redeeming quality to the Fooly Cooly sequels? No. I've only seen the first one, by the way. I saw Progressive, not Alternative, but the answer is no. From what I saw from Progressive. Do I like Wendy's? I don't like fast food. Don't swing around that hard. Come on, man. Radical Reviewer. The first episode is so good. How could anyone not get... Oh, boy. This dude has an attack that I swear is incapable of being dodged. He does this... Well, we'll see it. I'll call it out if he does it. That wasn't it. That one! He starts an attack instantly. He just swipes right in front of you. Oh, I don't remember his patterns at all. Look at that! He just starts it! He just starts it! Look at that! He just does it! I actually think these enemies are one of the most broken in all of Dark Souls, simply for that one attack. It has, to my knowledge, no tell. Wait, am I muted? I'm not fucking muted. It has no tell, it just comes out and fucking hits you. But we got the ring, or whatever it was. I wasn't actually paying attention, I just want to open the chests. What are the worst aspects of Fight Club? It didn't register easily enough as satire to its audience. which is probably an indication that the audience was stupid, but still. Let me see the donos I missed. Grambo with $1. What instances should drug sales be illegal? I think, as a general rule, if your life is made off of peddling like heroin or meth to addicts, that should probably be illegal. You're doing harm to the world. I'm not a fan of that shit. That shit's mega cringe to me. In my humble opinion. Voicona last name with a very generous $5. Thank you. I just got into leftist politics partly because of you. It really goes a long way to just have morals and consistency. You do, man. Love you, comrade. Hey, thank you. You know, I try my best, but it's a collaborative effort. And I really couldn't do any of this stuff without you guys, so seriously, thank you for that. It means the world. And Dream Express with a tier 1 sub, thank you very much, comrade. Better, more entertaining, and more relatable than Destiny. Keep it up. Ah, but do I make as much money as Destiny? That's something I should consider. Should I just get rid of my little Garfield up there? I feel like it clashes with the aesthetic of the game. Do you think DMT should be legal to sell then? That would be like some specific policy-based thing. I would have to... I'm not particular on the specifics. The majority of people seem to want to keep Garfield. So I'm going to remove it out of spite. For all the people who are saying yes, there are probably more people thinking no. This seems like an instance in which the responses are going to be biased towards those who have the funnier answer. How did that hit me? Whatever, dude. Fuck you. Look, guys, now I'm like one of those anxious Twitch streamers who doesn't like having my... Guys, I'm like Lethal Frag! Except I have chat up on stream. No White Nervosa. Give them no pull. They have forgotten that they live in a society. Today we remind them. At least keep the webcam frame on? Why would I do that? That's the worst of both options. Goodness me. I don't even remember what area I'm going to. Ah, yes, this guy. Kui! Look at the way this game does, like, focal perspective. When the camera is briefly focused on something closer to you, the stuff in the background blurs. I don't know if I like that effect. Depth of field. Also, what was wrong with your camera? It was the weirdest thing. Right before I started the stream, my computer just fucking blinked off. I had to reset it. Some weird shit. And after I fixed it, things seemed to be fine. But the camera then, when I turned back on, it didn't work. And I had to fiddle with that a little bit. And then when it did work, it kept freezing and artifacting and stuff. And it was really ugly. And now it just doesn't work at all. I know what the problem is. The problem is that I need to turn everything off and on again. So, as soon as I'm done streaming, I'll do that. But I'm not going to do that while streaming. I've got fucking viewers I need to keep. Lamau. Yeah, exactly, Radical Reviewer. Opinions on Monty Python? Monty Python is cute and stuff, but to be perfectly honest, and I apologize if I'm a little too zoomer for this, I just don't think the sensibilities have kept up that much with the modern age, you know? I think John Cleese is maybe a good example of this. That wry British humor is revolutionary when you first hear it, but eventually, you know, eventually it sort of falls apart from what from the conventions of comedy that that you've sort of come to expect. It certainly has for me, at least. When I think of like what's funny today, I don't know, I can't think of something like that. Just being wry and having like a witty quip in that way, that sort of disaffectation. I find it almost offensive, actually. Monty Python is satire rather than humor. Monty Python is meant to make you laugh. Satire, no, it's clearly humor. Oh, Seeker Wombat, I don't know. That's a case-by-case thing. Ugh. Hyena, you're on your own. You didn't even ask beforehand, comrade. No, you're on your own. You're going out on a Nuggies trip with no backup. Do you like the humor in House? I've never seen an episode of House. Hyena's gonna die out there in the Nuggy wastes, the Nuggy abyss. I want a different weapon. Monty Python makes fun of British stereotypes, like how British people care about stupid shit. Right now, the only British stereotype I want to see mocked by fucking comedy actors is the fact that they've just elected in Boris Johnson. Okay? At this point, any British satire that's not ruthlessly left-wing is just not worth it. Alright. What weapon? What weapon? So, we can go back to the broadsword! Hey, hey! Now, we've got the falchion. Duly noted, Hyena. Thank you for keeping me in the know. To this secret that Stream will never truly know the answer to. What was I just sent? Well, Stream will never know. Sad. Grambo with a $1. Have you ever punched a Nazi or anybody? I've punched people. I used to box. I boxed for like 6 years. I've never punched... I mean, I may have punched a Nazi. I'm not entirely sure. I never punched an out Nazi. Do I want to go with a battle axe? What are we feeling today, comrades? Does a battle axe sound nice? I want to stick away from the broadsword. Did I ever compete in boxing? No. Mace, axe. Mace is good. Spear gang. Can you make a spear? I don't have to make a spear. I can buy one. No, Block Caligula. I don't get any psychotic symptoms. I don't like the Flambert, Caius. Axe or mace? Axe or mace? Axe or mace? Or spear, I guess. Dual wield the mace. A mace is just a hammer, but fancier. Fine. Oh, we don't have any Titanite shards.
I'll be around if you make it back.
We have an old knight halberd. We have nowhere near the stats required for that monster. Winged spear, and we have a halberd. There we go. What damage type? Well, there are 3 damage types in this game. It's strike damage, thrust damage, and slash damage. 2 maces? I can't single wield them. I'm too weak. My pathetic, deprived character can't do it. If not a Flamberg, then do halberds. They have a good animation, unlike in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Can't use them right now, though. I think I literally just have a club, but worse, right now. This is 120 with BE scaling, and this is 120 with A scaling. I'm pretty sure the hammer is objectively better, or right now the fucking, alright, whatever. Democratic model of central planning? I mean, sure, it's possible, right? I can't even keep my torch lit. Oh man, I remember this area. This area is a fucking nightmare. Run! Come on up. I remember. Oh! Whew! It'll get better if you upgrade it? Yeah, I know. You don't want to do this area without a torch? Caius! What did we say? Repeat it back to me, Caius. What did we say? Alright, there we go. Now we know. No gods, no masters. Fuck you. You're not a mimic, I remember. Dark Souls 3 has by far the most mimics. Oh, hello. Alright. Can we give bad advice? That's better. There are a bunch of torches in this area that I want to go over, but I can't do it right now because this weapon requires two-hand wielding for me to use it effectively. I could go over it bit by bit, constantly relighting my torch. Or, I could brazenly clear a bunch of enemies to begin with. And then go back over the old areas. And light them up. Let's get this archer. Whoa! The quick fire. Now, they're gonna come up, don't they? Don't they come up? They come up, don't they? Yeah. That's my Family Guy voice. I might do Atheism is Unstoppable at some point. I just find Atheism is Unstoppable to be fucking insane. And therefore, a little bit troubling. And I never really know how to respond to people who I think are insane. And I don't say this lightly, you know. For example, I've never accused Sargon of being insane. Sargon's an idiot, and generally embarrassing, but I don't think he's insane. I do think that he has full control of his mental faculties. But Atheism is Unstoppable, Teal Deer, and a few others, I actually do believe they are just not well. I think a lot of the skeptic community went a little batshit. Oh, undeniably, comrade. Undeniably. Would you debate Flamenco? I've spoken to Flamenco like twice. What is there to debate, really? He's also pretty fucking crazy. I've seen his Kiwi Farms posts. I don't really think he's a titan of mental wellness. As much as I dislike him, I do genuinely hope that he gets well at some point. Not just, you know, for his own sake, but also because mentally well people are usually more likely to abandon neo-Nazism. Pata Negra, many of the differences between this game and Dark Souls 3 are more apparent when you're familiar with the series and when you've played them. There is a pretty substantial difference between the two. An enormous difference between the two, and in fact. No. Okay, there we go. Why do you need to light all the torches? Because this area is really fucking dark. I remember that in the promotional material for Dark Souls 2, back when it was like on the cusp of coming out and stuff, in the previews, they talked about how this game was going to have some like... Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. This game was going to have some like revolutionary lighting engine that would require like dynamic lighting. And torches to get around. Dark Souls 1 didn't have that, you see. In Dark Souls 1, all the lighting was like... In Dark Souls 1, the only time that lighting was ever really an issue was in like one area of the game, and you just have to have like the light spell on, you know? But it was originally planned that Dark Souls 2 would have this intricate, elaborate lighting engine that would require like careful timing of placement of torches and what have you, and how the fuck am I supposed to kill these guys without taking damage in return? I take it back. Maybe being able to roll super quickly is a good thing. What do you think of Mauler, the Long Man? I'm not sure what you mean. Anyway, lighting this area makes it a lot easier to retread, which we will, because I will invariably die or have to go back to the bonfire soon. Mahler isn't the guy Gushien did a video on? I don't watch Gushien's videos. I don't watch anyone's videos. Why is Teal Deer insane? Apostate, I'll be honest with you. It's been so long since I've seen a Teal Deer video that I think I would have to, go over it again to give you, like, a comprehensive answer. He's just come off to me as one of the most bitter, cynical, jeering, snide anti-SJWs with a little fascist flavor in there that I've ever seen, to the extent that he comes off legitimately unhinged, you know? There's a difference between, say, doing SJW content and doing anti-SJW content in a way that makes it seem as though you are existentially frothing at the mouth with hatred for these people who are saying relatively innocuous things. He's just not well. There's a funny thing here. Ah! Cool! I'm glad my instincts warned me. I'm glad that some part of my lizard brain informed me that something was going to happen. I didn't know what, but I knew something was going to happen. It didn't help me, but... Northwest Best with the $1. Who are your favorite lefty rhetoricians on YouTube? I've heard that Sam Cedar is pretty good, but I've never watched any of his content. Lefty rhetoricians. I unironically think that, Twappy, sorry folks. Dylan, what's his last name? The person who I respect and look up to? Dylan Burns, thank you. The Dylan Burns is a very talented rhetorician. I'm speaking, of course, in the purview of direct discussion and debate. Because I don't know how much rhetorical skill it takes to write out a good script, and then to speak it, and then to edit it to make it sound really, really good. I don't know if that's like a good measure of rhetoric. This is why Teal Deer is fucking insane. Is there like a highlights reel of his...
The cycle of empires is an interesting phenomenon, one that seems to have played itself out multiple times throughout antiquity.
I think I'm dying. I'm dying. I thought you were supposed to be helping me, Caius. Fuck you guys. I want the axe. I'm going back and I'm getting the axe. I want the axe. Would we have a right-left dichotomy if class division didn't exist? Yeah, totally. There would still be reactionaries, even under socialism. And they must be squashed, even under socialism. Vanilla Fender, as I said earlier in the stream, as bad as things may seem right now, there has never before been a time in human history where we have been this progressive, and never before been a time in human history where there are this many leftists working, organizing, engaging in activism. If all you're looking to see is the bad, then the bad is all you will see. Counterpoints has a now deleted video about how always believe victims is wrong because men are innocent until proven guilty. Yes, I think I remember that kerfluffle. I'm speaking to him over email right now. Hopefully our discussion will be productive.
I'll be around
If you make it back. Yes, the climate apocalypse thing is something over which I will not attempt to assuage one's fears. Oh, fine. Guys, look! Guys, it actually has a side swipe. Wait, guys. How do you charge strong attacks in this game? Is there a way? I'm holding down the... Is that not a thing? Was that only Dark Souls 3? Oh yeah, they adapted that from Bloodborne, didn't they? That wasn't a thing back in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Heavy attacks are just heavy attacks. Huh, wow, that's something that I'm not... That's something that feels really weird. That was plenty of damage. I'll even upgrade it once. We'll get it nice and spicy.
I'll be around if you make it back.
So Bloodborne is after Souls 2? Yes, Bloodborne was released in between Souls 2 and Souls 3. Oh, I should have... Damn it! I have the bones I can burn. I'm going back. I'm going back. How's the rolling in Dark Souls 2? Fine, as long as you put fucking 20 points into, something or another.
Seek less.
We're at 102 agility. I think 104 is when you cap off, right? Like 104 or 105 is when you're good? Oh. Or is it 115? I don't know. I'm getting near to the point where I'm comfortable with my roll durations. Actually, wait, hold on. We can see this real quick. PS2 Wiki Agility. Balthazar with the $5. Thank you. All the rhetoricians you cited are strong against those on their right, but very weak to those further to their left. You might just be the ultimate rhetorician of the left. That's not true. Don't be ridiculous. I just don't know much about other content creators. That's my fault and no one else's. Shackley with the $5. Is this what the Joker was like?
I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come. The record will be straight.
Why not set the record straight now? I mean, what is it about the record that's not straight?
Stay tuned.
Okay. That was a great video. And Ghost of FDR with the $5. Sorry that this is a political dono in a game stream, but how effective do you think using US or state aesthetics is while messaging for leftist politics ideals? It's extremely effective. It's incredibly effective. Like, overwhelmingly so. When I'm arguing with conservatives, especially traditional conservatives, I will always go back to freedom, being American, you know, freedom, democracy, that kind of stuff, you know? I will always go back to that. Always, always, always. Okay, guys, take a look at this. Look at this disgusting horse shit, okay? Really quickly, look. So these are your iframes during rolling based on how much agility you have, okay? Okay? So, This is based off a 30 frame per second model, it looks like. That's weird. I thought this game ran in 60 frames per second. Okay, well, whatever. At our starting agility of 85, our invulnerability for a roll is for only 1/6 of a second. 1/6. Holy shit. Right now, we're at just about 105, which means we're just below 1/2 of a second. Because of the points we've put in, our roll duration, the duration during which we are invulnerable, has been increased by like to about 250%. It's so fucking necessary. It's so necessary. And Caius with the $1. Thank you, comrade. That is very, very kind of you. That Teal Deer video was basically him saying that ancient European end times prophecies predict us ending the world through literal degeneracy, the Nazi meaning, because of a tradition. It's pretty cringe. Okay, so is he an actual Nazi then? He's like an actual Nazi, correct? Teal Deer? Tyler94 with the $5. Thank you. I got a question, if I may. Is it gay to play putt-putt golf with a friend and watch his butt-butt when he tees off? What if I picture it as a female's butt? Is that gay? I just need to clear things. If you're picturing it as a female butt, that's pretty not gay, right? Maybe you're just into asses and you need to imagine that ass belongs to a woman for you to be into it. What's straighter than needing to force the conditionality of femininity upon the butt you're staring at before you're able to fully appreciate it? It's fine as long as your friend doesn't mind having her ass ogled at. ASDF, because once you're a billionaire, there's very little left to do but rape children. Nope. Oh, yeah. Oh, clean. 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 Do you only get up when I walk past you this direction? There we go. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I didn't want that. Gotcha, non-authority. Oh, Session Amaru with the 50 pesos. Thank you very, 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 very much. That's very kind of you. Just watched Spirit Science on Gender. Good video. 4 people speak to a small forum he attended. It was a good take, but the comments are sad as fuck. Yeah, I think I saw that. He did a video where he was like pro-trans people or whatever, but the audience rebuked against it. It's pretty funny. Can you imagine all these people who buy all this like spirit woo shit where they're like, oh yeah, the universe is totally like one of 18 harmonic rhythms that pulse to the beat of the spirit core of the world or whatever. It's even crazier than that. I can't even make up how fucking crazy it is. And then they turn around and they're like, what? You have a penis. You can't be a woman. What? What weirdly selective imaginations you have. Oh. You can hit the bell with your bow from here? What bell? Dude, the way they rush forward. Dodged. I didn't mean to do that. I only like women with dicks. Alright, that's a preference. Shackley with the $5. Thank you. This was me the first time I played Dark Souls 3 and fell in the first mimic. You can't keep giving me YouTube links. Damn it. Alright, am I safe here? Last link I'm looking at, you fucking degens. Last link. Well, that's my entire chat window. You're lucky that I'm a weeb and I don't ban weebs. Honestly, you all have a lot to be thankful for. Balthazar, the $5. I read all of that very quickly in my head, but couldn't read it out loud as quickly as I could read it in my head in the hopes that I could read the donation before it disappeared from my screen. And in response to your donation, I have this to say. Yes. I don't know. Abstract mathematics were never exactly my purview of interest. But I will say this. Actually, I will agree with you on this point. It is very frustrating to me that spiritual people who will often accuse non-spiritual people of being uncreative or of being closed off to the mysteries of the universe or whatever other nonsense they prefer to say. And the reality is that it's in fact them who are the most closed off to the mysteries of the universe because they're so obsessed with their stupid hippie woo-woo shit that they miss out on all of the incredible legitimate stuff that's going on out there. All of the massive breakthroughs to be made in biology and sociology, physics and mathematics, and they skip all of it for their weird, stupid, hippie bullshit. And they'll acclaim those who are more interested in the latter are skipping out on the mysteries of the universe. It's just very stupid. I don't particularly give a shit about the hard sciences myself, but I will say that, like, there is a great deal of wonder and mystery to be found out there in the universe that people will, it seems, gladly skip out on in favor of horse shit that is more easily peddled to them. Yeah, exactly, Radical Reviewer. I kind of rolled right into that. How can hippies relate to fascism? There's actually a way in which the two are related. For example, if I recall correctly, it has been shown that those who believe in astrology are more likely to be fascist themselves. The reason for this is because astrology suggests that people's behavior is determined by intrinsic characteristics associated with their birth, the same way that fascists do, and neo-Nazis and race realists and stuff. Mira!
What is it?
I love your outfit.
I don't know you, and you don't know me. Things are better that way. Normally, I'm called from the land of Mira to the far east.
Ah, Lucitil, not Mira.
They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls.
They did, yeah.
And so I came. But what a strain. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people.
Yeah, she's tsundere as fuck.
While you've made a point of engaging. I can see that you are mid-gen. I come from Mira. Don't hesitate to call. You are an odd one.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we got it. Do people non-ironically believe in astrology? Dude, a huge number of people unironically believe in astrology. Did you know that that Nancy Reagan would actually have like her divination done like before every major decision the president made, and Reagan would actually consult these decisions, if I remember that correctly. Left to post with the $2 is Vaush a Coomer. Confirm or deny? I'm a Coomer. No sense in lying. And remember, the only difference between irrational hippie woo shit and religion is the authority of a church behind you. Pardon me for my edgy fucking skeptic takes. Balthazar, the $5, those are skipping the cool science shit because they're hippie woo shit or ooh shit are less connected because of their bullshit. Do I have that right? Yeah, Balthazar, because there are real mysteries to the universe and real beauty in the universe, and a lot of people miss out on that because they're more interested in fairy tale stories that get their fucking rocks off, that make them feel like some uber special star child pilgrim seed of the universe. Yeah, hot take, dude. Yeah, I know. Yeah, make fun of me. Yeah, I get it. I get it. We on the internet are all sick of atheists. I get it. Oh, Jake from State Farm with the incredibly generous $30. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I don't know what would possess you to play Dark Souls 2, but hey, happy to watch. Ha! I like Dark Souls 2. I still think it's an excellent game, even though it's nowhere near as good as Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3, but I still quite enjoy it. And I quite enjoy having you around with it to enjoy with me. Thank you very much, comrade. I really do appreciate it. Plus, there's a lot of satisfaction to be had from clearing out this whole area. If we can in this life, which I sincerely doubt. Thank you again. I hear something. It's that thing, isn't it? It's that thing. Atheist ethno-state win? One day, comrade. Yeah, I agree. This is one of the best areas in Dark Souls 2. This might be... Shit. This might actually be the single best area in Dark Souls 2, the base game. The base game. The expansions have some excellent areas. And Balthazar with the $5, what's your position on tidal wave Coombers? Like literal 30-foot waves of destruction overtaking city blocks? Listen, I like big cum. I like big cummies, okay? I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I'm a big cummy lad. I like that shit. I don't like hyper, though. If you're, like, drowning in bathtubs of the stuff, I'm not a huge fan of that, conceptually. Hey! I know you're afraid of fire, but I can't carry fire and my axe at the same time, so we're doing it the normal way. But I'd say if, like, every time you came like a cup, I think that's a good... I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be horribly inconvenient during actual sex, but, I mean, the aesthetics... The aesthetics are good. I like this axe. Oh, fuck, it's the dogs. Wow, Vaush vanilla much? Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Oi! Get the dogs, get the dogs. No! Spider-Man, but he shoots web from his dick? Dude, Spider-Man's ropes are like super thin and spindly. You want like fat, healthy ropes. You don't want that weak shit. We gotta upgrade our endurance, dude. Holy shit, I can swing this axe like 3 times. Are you a coffee guy or a tea guy? I don't really like either, but I prefer coffee to tea. Would you choose to coom 2 times size loads if the taste was 2 times worse? That's a tough one. I don't think so, Radical Reviewer, because 2 times the size of a normal load is still like it's impressive, but it's not at like those incredible proportions, you know? It's not like so impressive that people gonna like freak the fuck out. Whereas having it taste 2 times as bad, however that would be characterized, could conceivably make people quite a bit less happy with the experience. Don't drink Estus! Jesus! Nice! Axe power. Oh shit, there's more. Reverse half size for half better taste? Nope, not that either, Radical Reviewer. Because I know that right now, fucking bitches are totally happy to swallow my nut. I know they're fine presently with the taste. I feel like we've got a fair formula. Yeah, apparently my nut doesn't really taste like anything, which is weird considering my diet. Are you into weed culture or cringe? Pretty cringe. Weed culture is incredibly cringe. Why would you ever define yourself by the drugs you use? That's so fucking weird to me. I don't get it. Okay, this is a battle axe, but now we have an infantry axe and a bandit axe. A bandit axe is apparently superior to what we're using. Have I ever tasted my cum? Yeah, like once or twice. I've heard of Outward, but I don't know much about it. Same basic axe. Is it better? It looks like it has better damage. 155 plus 28 over 154 plus 37. Ah, because this has dexterity scaling. But it also has a +1. This is minute difference. Bush or no bush. I don't really care if there's pubic hair above the pussy, as long as it's not, like, on the lips. I'm not into that. Will I be on for long? I'll probably be ending stream fairly soon. But let's get through this wharf area first, huh? Let me through. Whoa! Personal space, bucko. Jesus! Hey, hey. Cum, but it's bubblegum flavored? I don't really like integrating food and sex, to be perfectly honest with you. Well, we did better clearing out the wharf than I expected. Thoughts on anime / furry style real dolls? Oh, shit. Anime and furry models do not look very good in real life, in my private personal opinion. At all. Modern real dolls are getting, like, scarily good, though. I recently saw, like, a real doll test on YouTube with some dude, like, fucking around with it. I think it was that one dude, Pei Wubby, everyone loves him. Dude, like, I would fuck it. I would totally fuck it. Like, modern, like, expensive real dolls? Totally. 100% I would. Yeah, the gray hoodie real doll is, like, transcendentally, like, so good looking for a real doll. It actually defies imagination. It's pretty incredible. They are Uncanny Valley, like, that hasn't changed, but, you know, you're getting as close as you can get, I feel. Pata Negra, yeah, I am feeling better. Not perfect, but better. Genetically engineered furry / catgirls win. You know, should we ever see the creation of genetically engineered furries or catgirls, I don't think they would appreciate their lives being used as sex slaves very much. It's not like we would create genetically engineered catgirls and then they would just go on to live regular lives. If we created genetically engineered catgirls, then they would be born, and at fucking 3 months old, with their tiny little cat ears still just barely perking on their round infant heads, they would be snatched up and groomed until they could be raped every day of their lives until they were, like, from 8 years old to 36, after which they're killed and, like, dumped in a river. I think genetically engineering people because of their sexual attraction is probably a bad idea. Some of you, I think, are treating that like that wouldn't happen. What do you think about American indigenous nationalism and the sentiment of returning land to indigenous people? Been seeing it a lot on Twitter lately. Depends on the indigenous people and depends on the land. I don't think America should be, like, ceded to the tribes or anything like that, if that's what you mean. Yeah, we wouldn't dump them in a river. That's a waste of good meat. Yeah, true. That's why it has to be a catgirl ethno-state? Well then, sure, but then there's no one around to fuck the catgirls, except for other catgirls, but then what do? We just genetically engineered a bunch of horny catgirls to fuck each other. What was the point of that? See, look, they hate the fire. They're mad. They're malding. But I was actually a real threat. What indigenous people should get their land back? Indigenous people should get their land back wherever it seems as though the world would be improved by them getting their land back. So, like, let's be fucking real. We're not giving the fucking Native Americans back America, okay? That's ridiculous. Like, anyone who sincerely believes that can happen or should happen isn't, like, a serious political actor. Damn, okay. Oh, I see there's there's many multiples of you. Damn, cool, man. That's super cool. That's super cool. Oh boy. Alright. I wonder how much damage I can do with one-handing this axe, even though I don't have the stats for it. Basically none. But if I can corner them one by one, I can kill them real easy, like. But should any ethnicity be entitled to a country that isn't just ethno-nationalism? Well, that's one of the main issues. Like, why do natives... Like, explain to me. Really quick, chat. Why do Native Americans, if you believe they do, why do Native Americans have a greater right to this country and to statehood over this country than the modern American state does? Because personally, they was here first, my guy. So? The Israelites were in their respective territory first. Why the fuck should I care who came first? They're spiritually connected? I don't give a fuck if they're spiritually connected to this land. What? Fucking white hippies are spiritually connected, okay? They don't have any kind of intrinsic right. We can at least stop oppressing them, though. Damn, you're completely right. They don't have an intrinsic right to this place. See, you could argue they have a legal right to this place because we invaded their lands, genocided them, so on and so forth. And that genocidal practice continues more or less up until this day. But do you really think that at this point the best way to ameliorate that harm is to give them the keys to a place like this? I don't really think so. I mean, not only is that impractical, it'll never happen. But what good is actually being done? What good is actually being done that couldn't just be done by trying to improve the material conditions of the natives who live here? Why couldn't we just attempt to do that? Oh, we have our first greatsword. I won't be able to wield that for a while. Also, they have a pretty reasonable legal right because a lot of the treaties we signed with them are still technically in effect that says they own certain lands in perpetuity. Sure, but I would argue that right now, if we were to do that, we would end up displacing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans. And we wouldn't even be guaranteeing them better lives. Just because they have access to that land doesn't mean they have access to the utility from that land. It doesn't mean they have access to our industry. And it also doesn't mean that we wouldn't immediately lock them out of trade policies because they would be locked within the broader continental America. They would starve out. It wouldn't really make the world much better. Might make it a lot worse for them, actually. I think the best thing, really, that we can do is cut out this weird... Yeah, you can make that claim, Radical Reviewer. I would rebuke it, but you could also make that claim. I say we do away with this this ridiculous, what do you call them? Reservation nonsense. Reservations are just open-air concentration camps. No, of course. Why do we allow this? Why do we think this is acceptable? What, because they were here first, we destroy them in every conceivable way, kill them, kill their populations, kill their people, kill their land, and then we let them live in these locked-off boxes with no economic mobility so the people there are free to drink themselves to death at their leisure? No. What? Why do they get that land and we don't? Because they're native? I don't give a fuck what their ethnicity is. Why do they get that land and their culture? Do they get to preserve that legality because of their culture? I don't think that different cultures should be able to preserve themselves in an ethno-state. It seems like every issue we have with the reservations fundamentally is more a product of the material conditions in which they find themselves and less a product of their legal autonomy. You can argue, of course, that they would never get a fair shake in broader American society, and that might be the case. But should we do the same for everyone else, then? What portion of Southern America should be ceded to former slaves so they can live in their black ethno-state, or displaced African ethno-state, right? Which portions of the West Coast should be given to the Japanese, whose internment camps remain to this day in national disgrace? Do people in reservations get American citizenship? I believe they do, yes. Because they're not literally other countries. Keep in mind that through everything I say, my only concern here is maximizing the well-being of all groups, priority given to the Native Americans, who have, of course, suffered the most in regards to this specific thing. I oppose reparations because I don't believe they're an effective way of getting across the social changes I would want to see. They're literally other countries, aren't they? I think they're like special governance regions. We don't have legal jurisdiction over them. However, they're given certain permissions, I think. The reservations. It's quite complicated. Do you really think that's the solution, Polytope? I am confident that there are better ways in which reservations could be destroyed and reintegrated than those which have been tried in the past. Shall we just let them keep that land and their special legal privileges that keep them locked off from the economy of this country forever? It just feels like if you go through this ethno-state logic far back enough, everyone just needs to return back to, like, the Middle East or Africa, and then we nuke ourselves. It feels like that's the logical conclusion of everything that we are currently striving towards, you know? It's like, everyone just pile back in, and then we just all die. We'll take on those fuckers. Yeah, Nino, I don't disagree. You could argue that the natives... You could argue that the natives are oppressed in the way that white Europeans aren't, but frankly, I don't want ethno-states for oppressed groups either. ASDF, the reason why a lot of oppressed groups prefer prefer to regain lost land from the past rather than, like, have real equality is because... Wait, did I fuck up? Wait, was there, like, a bridge I had to lower or something? Oh, shit, there was, wasn't it? Was there, like, a bridge I was supposed to lower and I didn't, so now I have to go back through all of the enemies? If only, Radical Reviewer. You have to ring a bell. Fuck! Alright. Speed run. Speed run. Oh, you fucking tracked me there. I rang the bell, I just didn't lower the bridge. I forget where the bridge lowering part is, but okay. Oh, well, here it is right there, obviously. The giant bridge. We're running for it. Horky, there is definitely a difference. I should have got the torch. There is definitely a difference between the emancipatory nationalism of oppressed groups versus the, well, non-emancipatory nationalism of non-oppressed groups. In certain instances, even oppressed groups can sometimes themselves reinforce oppressive power structures. This has happened many times in the past. I mean, re-Israel. But there is a... There is a way to go about it. What did you all do to die? Did you just roll off? No, some of you died before you even reached the edge. There's a way off right here. How did you all die? That's fair, Polytope. I suppose I'm not opposed to the idea of giving them more aid within those reservations for now. Eventually, an end goal absolutely must be to destroy those reservations. We can't allow a separate ethnicity to just live in an exempted legal zone for the entirety of the existence of that ethnic group. I mean, I guess we can if we really want to, but I don't. I forget what bleeding does in this game. It doesn't, like... But right now we can't do that without destroying their culture. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what white ethnostaters say. We need an ethnostate or our culture is going to be destroyed. And that's the thing. Culture is supposed to change. But there's a difference between culture changing the way it does here in America, which is bunches of different groups intermingling, changing, and the way Native American culture has been destroyed in the past, which is by literally actually being destroyed. They actually very deliberately. It's not like these bitch baby fucking white Nazis complaining about how 3 more brown people in their country means that in 600 years they might not all appreciate Mozart anymore. They actually definitely, legitimately destroyed Native American culture. But then, oh my god, oh, okay. I'm not saying we should stop pussyfooting around our imperialism. I'm saying a half measure that we've instituted here is causing more harm than good. Those reservations are like third world countries. Radical Reviewer said it earlier in this chat. It's an unsustainable situation. We've essentially created, like, exempted legal zone, like, ghettos. Like... Whatever. The end goal we all have is we are united in that, at least. Okay. We made it back. We speedrunned. Speed ran. Oh, Polytope, I know that they aren't literally ethno-states, but, like, let's be real. For the purposes of, like, modern social categorization, Native American is a single ethnicity, like, in the way in which it's treated. And those reservations are for them. I mean, that's basically how it functions. What about the Kurds, then? I mean, what about them? I don't want the Kurds to form a fucking ethno-state either. And I was upset when I heard reports that the Rojava area had, like, elements of Kurdish nationalism that was leading to the mistreatment of other groups. Alright, folks. Boss time. Do you think some woke scold is going to clip this for Vaush hating indigenous people? Nah. The only people who hate watch me hard enough to follow my video game streams are the Nazis. I swear to God, every time I check Kiwi Farms, there are people there who are, like, obsessing over every aspect of every video and stream that I do, you know? I hope someday they learn to come to terms with the fact that they like my content. But the woke scolds don't really seem to. They get everything, like, secondhand. Do you think reparations would be better done through social programs? Yes, 100%. Just giving money to black people isn't what we need to do. They'll all just spend it. That's what happens anytime you give any group of people money. If you just give people money, that doesn't fix social problems. And then if we give money to black people, like, oh, guy, here you go, honored black citizens, here's your reparations, $75,000 for every black American who can prove their lineage traced back to a slave over a period of 3 years. Like, okay, cool, dude, nice. And after it invariably gets spent because money does not stay in black communities for very long due to the way our economy is structured. After all that money gets spent, okay. What's up? After that money gets spent, now all the racists get to go, ha, see? The problem wasn't that they were socioeconomically disadvantaged to begin with. They're just stupid. If I got $75,000, think of all the cool stuff I could have done with it. But with them, those black folk, they can't do anything with it. They're like this because they're born to be like this. That's one of the problems you have if you ever try to provide any kind of social welfare to the disadvantaged and it doesn't work out. You're going to get people who use it as an attack against that group. This is a very large number of enemies. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. One of the issues with just killing them is that the axe pushes them back a little bit. The axe pushes them back, which means you can't just combo them. You can usually hit them one or maybe twice before they're out of your reach again, which means you can't 100 to 0 an enemy. Oh, dementia. I don't really have a better solution. I don't really know. I could probably think of a decent solution if I thought about it for a little bit, maybe consulted some precedent literature, but... Yeah, exactly, Don Meko Umineko. We don't want to just give black folk money. We want to build schools. We want to build food banks. We want to rebuild our inner city communities. So whether it's black folk or white folk or brown folk or whatever, who are coming out on top on account of it, we're fixing institutional problems. Can we have back Garfield cam? I'll consider it. Dude, can we... Thank you. Hey, Flexible Sentry. I remember, I want to stay by your mace side. Your patterns are easier. That's not the mace side. Yep. Yep, that's why I don't like the sword side. I don't like it. I've never realized these dudes had crocodile heads before. Oh, that was a sort of interesting thing you just did there with your body. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Alright. Alright. Nice fun. Nice games. But our playtime is over. I always forget that third one. Oh, the water's filling up. There we go. The bosses in this game are so fucking weird, dude. All the bosses in Dark Souls 3 have this giant, like lore precedent, and there's a lot of, like, gravitas, and they fit the area, and there's usually, like, some foreshadowing, kind of, to their content. But the bosses in Dark Souls 2 feel so fucking random. Yeah, there's no music either. He just, like, shows up, like, oh, this boat has a double lizard in it. You know? Flexible Sentry lore? Fuck if I know. I gotta watch my Vati videos again. Yeah, the music picks up for other bosses. This particular boss just doesn't have a... Vati doesn't have many videos in Dark Souls 2? Of course not. The lore in this game just isn't as interesting, and it's pretty disconnected from the lore of the first and third games. Ever make a faith-based tune? Yes. Every time I played a Dark Souls game, I would make sure to play it at least 3 times. I would play it once as a melee build, which I would usually go on to play through New Game Plus. Once as a miracle build, and once as either a pyromancer or a sorcery build. Yeah, it's not just the dudes in armor criticism, it's that the overall presentation of the bosses has gone down a smidge. Why do you think most gamers are right-wing fascists? I don't think most gamers are right-wing fascists. I think that gaming was marketed traditionally as a masculine space, and that colored the way in which it would be treated and the way in which it would socialize from that point forward. Are the Amish an ethno-state? I don't know anything about the situation of the Amish in this country, unfortunately. We're enemies, right? Yes, this seems like an enemy. They were just chilling. I kind of feel bad, honestly. Oh, I don't have any Estus. God damn it! The Amish are basically a Germanic ethno-state, also literally a cult. Oh, then I'm not a fan of it. Then I say no. I say I don't like it. Wait, where do I wake up? I warped to a new area. Oh god. Oh god, where are my souls? Oh god. Oh god, oh jeez. Oh, we're running. Give me back. Give me back. Give me my souls. Give me. I thought Amish were purely religious, not ethnic. It might be a religious thing that only really spread in one ethnic group. Not really an ethno-state, but definitely a cult. Yeah, well. In the new area, Vaush? Thanks, random invite. I hadn't considered the possibility that my souls were in the area where I had died. Up to, up to, up to, up to, up to, up to, up to. Guess we're riding this boat out again. Not long, hyena. Ah, gotcha, ASDF. But that's just not as satisfying. Like, I can't go through Dark Souls 2 and give you guys this giant, elaborate, like, pieced-together world lore, and how each world fits in with it, you know? Again, I still like this game. I'm not trying to be down on it or anything, but... Ah, thank God. Hey, you? Go back to sleep. Hey, you? About a bing? Bing. Oh, not again. Not like this. Okay. Fucking shield, dude. I think with my giant fucking axe I'd be able to blast through it, but no. Favorite Zelda game? The Zelda game that I had the most fun with, without question, was... Well, of course it was. It was Ocarina of Time back when I was a kid. But having played Majora's Mask on stream, I had a lot of fun with that too. A lot of fun with that. Are isolated tribes that don't want to be contacted ethno-states? I mean, not literally, no. They're not states. They're just ethnic communities. They're ethnically isolated communities. You could say the same about a neighborhood. But... most don't. Most fuckable D&D race? IMO, Kenku are underrated. Top or bottom doesn't matter. I'm not really into the avian aesthetic myself, comrade. Most fuckable D&D race. Let me think. Yeah, half-orcs are pretty hot. But... save some stuff for me, Don Mako. I might end up watching Vati Vidya tonight, just so I have some stuff to talk about when I stream Dark Souls 2 next. Well, changelings can look like anything, so it seems like a no-brainer to say them. Right now, Hyena, I'm actually kind of mad you didn't order me any food. Most fuckable lol character? Ilawi. Tieflings? Everyone wants to fuck tieflings. What about Fire Ganassi? I bet they're super toasty in their pussy. I bet that's like some 115 degree shit when you stick your dick in there. It's like putting your dick in a microwave. Public universal friend? What is a public universal friend? An American preacher born in... reported having died and reanimated as a genderless evangelist named the Public Universal Friend, and afterward shunned both birth name and gendered pronouns. In androgynous clothes, the Friend preached throughout the northern United States, attracting many followers who became the Society of Universal Friends. We stan. Yeah, basically an SMR. Like this Ilawi? Yeah, that Ilawi. Yeah, she's fucking hot, dude. What do you want? Okay, wait. It was at 105 agility that the thing is thing, correct? That increases poise. What else? Okay. We won 105. Max is out at 115. Yeah, but 105 is the best place to stop it at, I'm pretty sure. And then we want to up our strength. Do we want to up our endurance? Our endurance is so low. Nah, we want to up our strength so we can one-hand some shit. I'll talk to you in a second about it, Hyena, because I think I'm about done. Thank you, folks, for this very strange, camless video game stream. I'll fix the issue soon, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm doing a politics stream tomorrow, right? Yeah, I am. Oh, hey! I forgot. I'm talking to Gushian tomorrow. No D&D. D&D got canceled by someone other than me this time, believe it or not. Here, look. My face. Also promo me. Oh yeah, also Hyena will be streaming tomorrow at 3. Isn't that delightful? Eve Unalove wants to talk to you at some point. They stopped responding to me on Twitter. Whatever, I can message them again, I guess. Gushin Vaush anime friendship renewal arc? Unlikely. Let me go over any donos that I missed. Balthazar with the $5. Thank you. Part of me now wants to edit the Gara clip with the sand tsunami to have Vaush's face and revolve the sand white. That sounds like an enormous amount of time and effort. But you can go for it if you want to. I'm not sure I dimension it. I'm super tired, but I'm sure I'll pick it up again soon. Borrow with the $5. I have an annoying amount of people around me who will fight tooth and nail over hippie star shit whenever I tell them it's dumb, but are willing to over Christianity. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, true. Yes, I know it's a black screen. What else am I supposed to show? I could show this. There. But now you can't see the chat, can you? And Balthazar with the $5, just a gentle reminder that this country was ruled over by a bush, a dick, and a colon for 8 years. Nice fucking meme. Alright, listen up, folks. There are 2 last things I want to leave you with. For 1, I love you all very much. Every moment I spend with you is a delight. And for 2, I want to say, and I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, I'm trying to hit 50k subs by the end of the year. Right now, based on current projections, it seems like I'm going to be about 400 to 600 short. But you can help fix that. If you've got any friends or family out there that you think might be interested in my videos, feel free to share it to them, you know? Go ahead, post some cringe, you know? For me, Vaush50k. It's a Twitter hashtag. Hashtag Vaush50k. Hit it up. 50K subs by the end of the year. Let's round it out nice and clean. Spread the word, comrades. You got a family member, you got a friend who's a little curious, you know, a little curious about leftism. Maybe throw him a video, you know? Slide it on over. Slide it on over, okay? Maybe like, comment, subscribe. You know, that shit really does help. I know it's a YouTuber meme. The reason why it's a meme is because it actually legitimately helps. All right, folks. I'm going to stop shilling out for myself, okay? I love you all very much. Please do have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. I delight in the time that I spend with you. Farewell.